Hello and welcome to Avatar Legends Session 0. Hey, look, it says Lancer up there. That's a lie. It's not Lancer tonight. That I have to put that away forever, and that's sad. There we go.
Session 1.
Session, what did I say?
0.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Session 1. We did Session 0. Go watch that one. It's 4 hours of craziness. And to add to the craziness, we are unfortunately missing someone because they had IRL pop up last minute. We had one of our members step away and has been replaced. And then we have one that is late and on their way. So we will have someone else join us. Frozen will be here eventually. So since he didn't get to introduce himself in the first session, we're going to let him introduce himself in session 1. And kind of explain his character, and we're going to redo our intro story just a little bit to include his character, or at least, flashback. He was there the whole time, we swear.
I guess that works.
So, take it away. Those of you that watch our Lancer campaign, you'll recognize the voice and the picture. It's your boy.
It's me, Toad. No, I'm Iron. I'm from the Lancer campaign that just ended on Thursdays, so I mean, I guess you weren't wrong for having the Lancer tag up there, but Waylon has been retired after 91 years of kicking ass, apparently. We rolled that in the end of last session, and that's what we got. But now I'm over here playing Rithgon. Yeah, don't explain. I don't know if that's the. Oh, hey, look, you have a Frozen.
Hello! Holy crap, that's loud.
Hi.
Turn you down just a little bit then.
That's just me.
No, okay. I should probably.
Been a hot minute. Anyway, I'm playing Rithgon. I don't know exactly how you guys did the intro of like your characters last time. Specifically, what you like.
So just go over your background, your demeanor, your training, who you are, what you is, and then we'll go into the session 0 to kind of work you into the story that we'd already come up with.
All right, sweet. So my name is Rithgon. I am a foundling with a privileged background, which is to say, his demeanor is also what is it? Was it meek? Was it kind?
You're
I
the
don't
one with
remember
your
the
character.
actual.
Shy?
Modest.
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 Look,
That's the one.
I can check it really quick. Give me 30
Nah,
seconds.
it's modest. I remember this one because I'm looking at my phone right now where I took the notes.
Good.
But he's got a modest background. He is a waterbender with the what would you call it? Like weapons training?
Yes, he has a weapons
He is
background.
a waterbender with weapons training.
And where were you raised? Because you are a foundling, which means you are of 2 cultures. What are your 2 cultures?
So being that he can waterbend, he is originally from the Water Tribe. However, apparently he was picked up quite young without really noticing in any way, shape, or form until he figured out he could waterbend by a fairly wealthy Fire Nation merchant family.
Specifically,
Which,
a family of blacksmiths.
yes. And after some time spending with the family of blacksmiths, taking over the usual trades and everything, and kind of noticing that he's, well, a little different than the rest of his family, while everybody else was picking up firebending and he tried to, he didn't really pick it up at all, but messing around with a few of the other different trainings that they tried to do, he discovered that he was in fact a waterbender. After doing a bit of snooping around, he managed to find the old amulet that he had when they originally picked him up. It is a Water Tribe amulet, and since then he went through, tried to find about as much information as he could, and then decided he had to leave his family and kind of figure out who he was now that his entire worldview came crashing down. That happened several years ago, and he's just been on the road, going around doing everything since. Being that he was part of a privileged upbringing, it was a coming to terms with just about everything else, which is why he's quite modest now, and he kind of realizes how well he had it, and as a result, he's become quite kind, quite modest, and respectful to just about everybody else.
Or at least that's what he wants you to think. So, going back to our notes for our session, right? Which we did not write down because we're a whole bunch of terrible people that don't listen to their GM.
And don't loop me into this. I wasn't there.
Yeah. We did write down some notable NPCs, but basically, right? You guys were at the Jasmine Dragon, right? That's what it was called.
In Ba Sing
A
Se.
dragon.
Jade Dragon, thank you. Where you were with a friend of yours named Lou, who happens to be the great grandson of everyone's favorite firebender Zuko. And you were collecting from him something called Iron's Last Piece, which is an amulet or pendant that changes color depending on who's wearing it to represent what bending they have access to. Um, and it is being used to find the newest avatar because the newest avatar has yet to been found. The thought was the Triads are trying to find them to extort it to whoever is in charge, whether it's the Earth Empire, the Fire Nation, the Air Empire, or either of the Water Tribes. We talked about the lore and what has happened since Avatar Korra's death, how you guys were all connected to her in some form or fashion. You guys had a fight at the dragon with a group of bad guys. They look like Dao Li with modified uniforms, and the one leading them was a guy named Bo. You only know this because Lou recognized him from the way he was fighting. Seemed terrified, saved you guys, and Bo took his soul out of his body, is the easiest way to describe what happened to him. You are currently carrying Lou's body in your cart. You have made your escape. The person who was in the cart was your handy dandy friend, Rith or Gon. How do you want to be referred to in this game? Is it two words or do you have Gon
Gon
was
for now.
strong? Okay, so
Yeah,
Gon.
Gan.
Gon. So Gon was in
Gon.
the cart, and he was just chilling with his horse, missed most of the fight. And you guys come running out with a would-be dead body, getting chased by icicles here, there, and everywhere. Not a super friendly sight to say the least. And he took off and got you guys to safety. You guys remember some of the things you discovered from information that you got from Lou about what happened to Korra, what really happened to Korra. What else? Was there any other major important things that we covered in our zero session to kind of set the what the heck we're doing and why the heck we're doing it?
No, I think that about covers it.
Okay, so
We're trying to find the Avatar to make sure they're not killed or controlled by the Dai Li.
Okay, yep, and they're supposed to be an Earthbender at this point, unless something terrible has happened to them and they died before they, were found. Which would be even worse because then they'd be even younger. I have some extra lore that I added while we were gone over the last couple weeks. So obviously the Dai Li fell out, and so you guys seeing quote unquote people in their uniforms should tell you that these guys are either copycatting or they have been around for a much longer time than people like they've been waiting, and this is their coming forward moment. Let's see what else. We already talked about the Air Kingdom turned into the Air Empire, kind of like the Earth Kingdom turned into the Empire, the Earth Empire. The two water tribes have dissolved. They are still water tribes because people still live there and so on and so forth, but there's no official form of government because they now are just the placeholders for the nation United Nations, so it's still the UN. And basically there is just they don't go by the water tribe, they're just under the UN as their nation. They are the United Nation, but unformally still called the Southern and Northern Water Tribes. As we talked about in the first session, you guys dealt with a significant, or not you guys personally, but the people in the world have dealt with a significant amount of spiritual presence, especially after Avatar Korra's untimely death. As much as she did to give them equivalency and the ability to pass from the spirit realm to the real realm and so on and so forth, there are still plenty of angry spirits out there that are causing havoc. So it is a constant threat that you guys may have to deal with. Before I get too much farther, Frozen, argument die. Do you want yellow or black?
Black, please.
Okay, that means I'm yellow this week. I'm also, like I said before, I have all these fancy cards for giving you guys statuses and upgrades and things like that. So I will put them on your argument die as we go along as needed, so I know what you have. And that way, if you're like, "Hey, look, I have the favored status," and you forget about it, we can go from there. And I have the quick read ability to figure out what the heck you guys are trying to do without having to look it up on the book or online. So now that we've set all that silliness out, you guys are on the road, as the title of this episode calls for. And you guys are trying to find a location. So, like, what direction would you like to head? Do you want to go north, west, south, east? Currently, you are south of Bossing Say, but that doesn't stop you from going back into the city. You just know there's danger there. You could also go west or east or whatever. Obviously, most of you are from the Fire Nation, so heading heading west would be the most appropriate direction for you guys to go somewhere familiar. But that doesn't mean much of anything. You don't necessarily need to go home. You're not trying to find your master from way back when or report things back. Your quest currently is to find the Avatar.
And we believe they're an Earth Nation person, correct?
100%. You're almost guaranteed that
Next
it
in the
is.
rotation,
Exactly.
supposedly. So I think Bossing Say would be a safe bet to start.
I would disagree.
I was gonna say to start is probably not the right word. You guys did start there.
I did not know that.
It's probably where the most information is. It is a threat to us currently.
Why is it a threat?
Because we're
Again,
being
I'm out of the
attacked.
loop here. Oh,
We're being actively attacked by the Dai Li faction, or the people who are pretending to be, or whatever.
Yeah, which is like
Oh.
basically secret police for the Earth Nation. So if we're not careful, they'll scrub us out while we're asleep.
Weird that they were shooting ice at us, though.
Well, Bo
I
was
didn't
shooting
know
That
ice at
one
you.
weirdo.
Oh, Bo was shooting ice at us. Sorry.
He's definitely a waterbender. You saw him waterbend like a mofo.
Yeah, I think we came to the conclusion that the Dai Li kind of opened up their ranks to other kind of benders, which I'm third generation Dai Li, kind of offended, gonna be honest.
That's a new one.
So, first and foremost, I need a direction because that'll kind of put you guys on your path to victory or defeat.
We're like literally on the road.
Currently you are literally on the road. Yes, like you are in a car.
On
Inside the
road.
city or outside the
You are
city?
outside the city to the south currently, but that doesn't mean you can't loop around and stay outside the city to change directions. Essentially,
So how much of a radius would this Lotus have to be able to determine or detect?
they gotta touch them. They gotta wear it.
It's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, it's not like you can just like wave it by people. You have to make an assumption that this might be the person and then put it on to confirm, right?
Or you just sneak it on.
You could also sneak it on, right? If they already know that they're the Avatar and they're trying to conceal their abilities, like,
Or they don't know.
or they don't know,
They could just have no idea whatsoever.
right? Because it's not like bending comes naturally. I mean, you have to train for it really hard.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, it
Can-
does come
just like
naturally,
inter-
doesn't it? You just have to train in how to use it properly.
So
There's a
yes
degree of
and
us being
no.
touched by it, right? By the spirit world. Some people were touched by it.
Yes. So it became
Yeah.
much easier for a lot of people. And there's also been discussion led by, we'll say, some Air Nation scholars that everyone technically has some form of bending in them, whether they realize it or not. The issue is sometimes the stuff that you're good at is the things that are super advanced for a bending, right? So, like, some people are naturally
Okay.
metal benders, but if they don't know to train for metal bending, they'll never learn the techniques to use those forms and things. Or lightning
Gotcha.
bending or stuff like that, where it's just like stuff that you wouldn't think about.
All right.
So I have an interesting proposition.
Uh-oh.
Would there be any way that we could potentially get in contact with a non-hostile spirit that might be able to lead us in the correct direction of where this, like a spirit portal or something, to lead us into the direction of the avatar specifically, because it seems like a very long shot unless we see somebody casting multiple types of bending that we're going to be able to at least identify who they are.
Man, I gotta tell you to believe in the power of plot. But that aside, yeah, you guys could totally see if you figure like if that's something you guys would know. But I'm gonna need someone to make a move. So we're gonna use moves for the first time. You guys ready?
Let's do it.
So I think this would fall under assess a situation. So since Younger is the person that brought up this idea, he's going to be the one to make the roll to start at least. So when you assess a situation, you roll with creativity. On a 9 through 10, ask one question. On a 10 plus, ask two. Take ongoing one when acting on the answer. And then I can read off the questions if you need to. Again, a suggestion for everyone is have the basic play materials open so you can see these moves in combat and all that fun stuff. So you guys have an understanding.
The basic moves and stances?
Yes. So
okay, cool. Just making sure this is the right playtest content I'm actually looking at.
Yep. Yeah, that and whatever
There's a
playbook
lot of
you guys
things
are running.
you sent.
I'm sorry. Again,
And
you just really need
these
your
questions-
playbook and your questions. Listening.
Sorry. These questions that he's going to be rolling for. These questions are towards you.
Yeah, you get to ask me as the DM, and I get to give you truthful answers.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I roll first or ask questions first?
So in this situation, I'm actually going to start you off by giving you some negatives because you don't know any spirits. There's nothing in any of your backgrounds that lends any of you to like super spiritual silliness. You are an airbender, right?
I am.
Okay, so I'm not going to give you -2. Instead, I'm just going to give you -1 because of your nation background.
Okay, and I have a +1 to creativity, so it's just flat dice.
Okay, cool beans. 2d6. Remember, you're rolling 2d6, not just one.
I got a 5 and a 3.
Total of 8.
So 8.
All right, you get to ask one of the following questions. What here can I use to blank? Who or what is the biggest threat? What should I be on the lookout for? Or what is my best way in, out, or through? Or who or what is in the greatest danger?
I'm going to go with the what do I need to look for outside of what I already specified of multiple bending.
Gotcha. So, specifically about the spirits, right? You have to be super specific with this.
What do I need to look for to get into the spirit realm?
Okay, so you don't
or
have to
communicate with spirits.
You don't necessarily have to go to the spirit realm to communicate with spirits. You just have to find a spirit that's willing to talk to you. You might find one that is living in a nearby village and be able to talk to it that way. Yeah, so there's your one truthful answer. If you go to a village, you might have better luck on where to find a spirit that could guide you in the right direction.
Okay. What villages would be nearby?
To the south. Well, who's a local? That would be Quan, right? You're an earthbender.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So, let's see here. I'm gonna let you do a move as well.
Yeah, I was just contemplating the optics of us like pushing around a body and thinking about chasing the avatar.
Well, the body can stay in the cart that you're in. As long as that isn't destroyed, he's gonna be fine.
I just like the
Throw
idea.
a blanket over him.
Yeah, right. I was like, okay, you say cart. There are a lot of different kinds of carts. Is this like a wheelbarrow?
No. So this is a legitimate traveling vehicle. This is owned by our friend Gon.
Vehicle.
It's like a merchant's cart. Is the easiest way to think about it.
Is this like a drawn cart, or is it like a motorized cart?
That's a really good question because we are post Korra, which means you have the option for higher tech tier stuff. The downside is then you also have to deal with higher tech tier stuff. So it could be an old ox wagon, or it could be like a van.
But don't we have that like blind beaver creature?
Yeah, super cool
I
sniffer.
I have my sheer shoe, yes,
That
which I would be
that
riding.
It's just
You
as
are
fast
right.
as any vehicle you be using, so that's fine.
I mean, I guess Shirshu is dragging the cart. I'm
No,
not
no, no, no.
sure.
Shirshu is not a beast of burden.
No.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I don't know
Okay.
what that means. I
So
don't know what the
Did
blind beaver thing you
Okay,
guys
have you
talked
ever
about is.
seen the series?
Yes, I do know that there's mixtures of two different
Okay,
things, but I'm
hold on
just not
now.
sure what. Okay.
The sheer shoe was the like anteater, the giant anteater that had the really good nose, and they confused it by using the perfume in the one monastery. Not ringing any bells
Oh,
for
okay.
you.
I see it. I
Added
see
you
it.
in the table one chat.
I
thank
had
you.
to look it up. I forgot about this thing. It's been a minute. Hot dang. Yeah, it's the weird, like, yeah, no, giant star-nosed mole is where I was gonna go for.
No, a little different than that one. Okay,
I was
so
thinking anteater. Anyways,
Yeah,
so
about the
Literally
same.
24 years ago.
It's been a while. Dang. Anyway,
um,
so
so
I think this
then
would fall under your rely on your skills and training. There, Rockman.
Skills and training. Skills and
Yep.
training.
So
Got it.
when you
Okay.
rely on your skills and training, you perform something familiar, which would be navigating, right? Just like where's the next town, how to get there easily. You're gonna roll a focus die on a 7th or 8. You do it imperfectly, and then above you're fine.
I rolled. It said I got a trick. I got a 10, so it's a full hit.
Full nice. Okay, so full power, no problem. You know exactly where the nearest village is. You used to stop there all the time for funds. It's a an interesting little village called Stonehaven.
Okay. How much of this have you already built, and how much of it can I craft as narrative?
I have a good bit about Stonehaven, but feel free to add on to. Can I give you the key points of Stonehaven really quick before you do your own crafting?
O- okay. Yes.
So Stonehaven is a village, so it's not a whole city. Um, the benders that are born in Stonehaven have a deeper connection to earthbending than lots of other earthbenders because they are known to bend crystals. They have a unique set of bending called crystal bending. And if there are spiritual sagey yahoos, these would be them for the earthbenders. They are very much more connected to spirits than your average earthbender. Okay. The rest of it I have more
Okay.
stuff, but feel free to craft some fun stuff with Stonehaven here.
Cool. Um. So I would like it, since it's outside of Ba Sing Se,
Yep.
to be a place that's a little bit more rough and tumble and not under the thumb of military, like police force.
Okay. Easy.
So there's possibly a little bit more dangerous, and kind of a place that I would suggest that we should go to, because if we are criminal element right now, it's it's easy to hide in a flock when you're a bird. Uh,
That's a
so
very solid
that's
point, and I am all about it.
yeah. So I'm doubling down on that.
Okay, so besides it being a spiritual haven, it is also where they mine very valuable crystals for other benders. So there is plenty of back market deals and alleys and so on and so forth. It's not a huge town, but you do know a good bit of money flows through the town. Speaking of money, you guys don't have jack diddly for equipment. Unfortunately, with your escape that you made, the best thing you got out of there was your cart. The only exception to this is our master trader caravan boy, Gon, who has his handy dandy spear. You guys are all allowed to have one piece of equipment that you had on you while you were like traveling in. So if you have a weapon that is like your thing, you have that on you. Obviously, the clothes that you're wearing and stuff like that. Um, Luckily, all of you had stashed your gold in the cart with Gon for a little bit. And it evenly divides up to 100 gold pieces between the four of you. Actually, sorry, 20 gold pieces between the 5 of you, because there is a 5th member that is not currently playing with us who is still tagging on. For this session, they will be the one that are taking care of the body to make sure nothing terrible happens to your friend.
Ooh.
So all of you have 20 gold on your person, and to equate this for your character, a single gold in, again, this isn't actual gold, it is just the equivalency for money, is equivalent to 1 day's worth of food. So 1 whole day's breakfast, lunch, dinner is a gold. I think they use something technically different in universe, and I'll have to figure that out later. But for now, we're calling it gold, and you're getting the equivalency of 20 of them.
It's not nothing, but of course we also have to think about lodging
Yep,
and
lodging,
other
food,
kinds of
all that fun stuff.
upkeep.
So as you guys are adventuring and finding the avatar, paying for things is going to be an important part of your adventure. We will yada yada over a lot of it, so you don't have
Love
to like
that.
micromanage. But it is something to keep in mind on your character, and probably something you should add to your character notes, so you can keep track of how much of this fun new mechanic that we are adding. Again, it's more for story element. If you need to bribe someone or make bets or gamble or things like that, this is what you're going to use for it.
Whose cart is it? It's Gon's cart.
Gon's cart, yep.
Okay, so I'm
And
gonna
again,
do. I
before we
want to
get too
keep
much
track.
farther with the cart, do you want the cart to be a cart or do you want it to be a cargo van? Because it can 100% be a cargo van.
But the cargo cart thing is cool.
Okay, so old fashioned.
Yeah.
You got some fancy horses on there though, because you come from a family of influence. You didn't want a car because cars cost gas, and the horses feed themselves when you guys take breaks. It's a little slower than driving, but you're never gonna run out of fuel, essentially. As long as you have
Until
some
they
water
get
for
the
once in a while.
century.
Until they get angry, run off.
Um. And who owns the Shinshin?
The sheer
The
shoe?
You sure?
Shirshu?
That's Tungsly? Tungslar, sorry.
Um.
Tungslar.
No. Shirshu. Okay,
Our
I'm just putting in the
icon.
notes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Hmm.
So I can keep track of that shit.
So, I'm gonna have one of you guys roll for us. We're gonna roll a 1d6 to see how your travel goes as you go from the edge of Bossing Say down to the south for about a day or two worth of travel before you hit Stonehaven. Luckily, you had perfect navigation from your handy dandy local.
I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map.
I rolled a 3.
Wonderful. So it's a pretty nonchalant travel. Nothing good, nothing bad. Weather was okay. Yeah, breeze okay. Nothing to cry over. My internal notes
All
have been
right.
taken. Keep rolling threes and things will happen. For now, it's
Oh,
there are clocks in the background, just so you guys know. Oh, for those of you that haven't played a Blades in the Dark style game, which I don't think it's any of you, but clocks are just movement pieces that I keep track of in the background that could be for like building something that you guys are working on, relationships with factions, events happening in the world, that kind of stuff that is just in the background that's happening. Your guys' roles and things can determine what they are. Excuse me 2 seconds. I have a knock at the door.
it's dinner arriving.
It's-
Called it.
Okay. Food arrived.
Incredible.
I will shove that in my face as we go along. But that's neither here nor there.
4 days of rations.
No, I mean, yes, individually. Again, I'm going to assume that the cart has some supplies in it, so I'm not going to really worry. You're not losing gold from that because you haven't bought any. Um, let's take a roll for the rations. All of you roll a d6 and see how much rations you packed for this journey so far.
Well, shit.
Threes
It's like
love
a
me
raw
today.
D6.
Oh, good. All right.
Oh God, I got a
Ah.
1.
Okay.
Hey, 6.
All right. So, ironically, that's really funny. because they were weeks of travel rations. So, Gon, you are stacked. The cart has so much food specifically for you. You have 6 weeks worth of food ready to go. That is again your food. If you want to share it amongst your friends when they get deficit, that's on you.
Yeah.
But
I'm
that's
very
yours.
well prepared for travel.
The soldier is well traveled. 3 weeks in between places would be a long trip without stopping in a town. But he's ready. Jumping over to younger. You didn't give me a number. All I heard was cursing.
I got 3.
Okay, so yeah, you two also ready. And then the local was like, I don't need food. This is my home. I'll eat here. And then we got kicked out of town. So,
I just see the cabbage guy.
So
By the way, if during the course of this campaign there's not at least 2 instances where we hear my cabbages, I will be very disappointed in you.
I will try to remember to download that sound effect later. Just remind me in the
Download
chat.
what sound effect?
The
I didn't hear.
my cabbage.
Oh, my cabbages.
Actually,
Also, I didn't get to say my name of my character last time. I said it was going to be either Tornado or Tempest. And then I looked at the translations, and I have to go with Tornado because I know I'm pronouncing it wrong, but it's spelled Lon John Fane. So you can just call me Lon
Yes.
John.
Long John. So you are brother Long John. I like that. That's cool.
Can you make that update on the sheet?
I will
The
try.
spelling?
Don't try,
Okay.
do. Damn it. All right, someone spell cabbages for me because I can't spell.
Cabbages.
I swear that's how I spelled it. Retype it. See. Aha! Okay, here's the sound. Prepare yourself.
God, my cabbages!
Is that good enough for you guys?
Nothing.
I know it's a little.
Did
loud.
not hear
Oh, did
anything.
you? Oh, dang it. Okay, 10
I
seconds.
didn't hear a soundboard.
I was waiting patiently.
I could hear it. Dang it. I'm sure the people on the that are watching this later are gonna be like, "That was loud."
God, my cabbages!
Yes.
Yeah.
Rock on.
Okay, we're gonna put that at about 40 and call it good. That was way faster. They've updated how my soundboard works, and it's much easier to pull community sounds. So nice.
Yes.
So that being said, I will add Cabbage Cartman eventually, but not right now. Andrew, you're typing in the chat, and I can't look. I have to do things. Dang it.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. If it's something important though that I need to see, tell me because I literally, with the recording and stuff, it's hard to look at the chat.
Yeah. It's just art that I had to visualize what Quang looks like.
I like it. I'll look at it later. I'm excited. So, just as a note or a question for all you guys, what are your guys' balances? I know we talked about it during character creation, but have you guys thought more on your guys' internal struggles?
Still not quite sure what the balances do, so I left it at just centered.
Okay, centered's good. You guys should all be at centered +1 or one way or the other if you want to start the session. But your centered is 0. And remember, when you guys are doing things, you got to remember if it aligns heavily with one of those two things, you shift your balance, or I will tell you to shift your balance, so on and so forth. Again, this is session 0, so I don't really, or session 1, I don't see us using it too much, but it could happen.
Oh, so when we did our rolls earlier, like when I did the remembering about Stonehaven, would
Mhm.
that have influenced my balance?
It might have. What are your balances?
Self-reliance and trust.
Ooh, self-reliance, 100%.
Okay,
Because
so
you
I'll
had to
move
do it
and
yourself,
shift that
and
one.
no one else knew.
Right.
That
Okay,
will shift your
cool.
balance
And
by 1.
then we also did a roll for like how much money we had and my character not being equipped because like I'm from here and then running away and not taking any of my stuff. Does that influence the balance as well?
I'm gonna throw that check that up to story bits because you didn't really have control of that one. That wasn't like a choice you kind of made for your role. So we're gonna hold off on that one. But you're definitely a +1 on your reliance for doing the telling us where to go. Not that that's a bad
Okay,
thing, because
cool.
remember, when you use your reliance, you get the pluses to when you're doing rolls. So if you're like, hey, this roll applies with my reliance stat, I can use the +2 thing. The downside is if I'd say it's a unity stat and you're at a -2 unity, so on and so forth. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because you can add to your stuffs. Anyway, what was I? Town, you're here.
Yes.
So, Andrew, since you are all about the describing, you want to give us a little bit of what they see as soon as they enter the village? And this is a good-sized village, but it's not a town or city.
Good size population 300.
Somewhere around there.
Cool. Yeah. Um, I would say that the place feels like sweat and smells like effort. There's a lot of farmland here that is being worked on by people that have a debt that they have to pay from bossing, say. So one way that you can work off your debt is grueling labor. So they're being pushed out here, and you see there's just a lot of um, vegetation that's being grown. Earth, like um, Earth Kingdom food is like root vegetables, grains, leafy greens, nuts, and seeds. So that's what you're going to see for the most part. And as you approach the actual buildings, that actual place where commerce is and trade is happening, I would say that there are, of course, many creatures as well that are working the land to assist. Um, and there are way too many alleys in this place where vagrants and other kinds of ne'er do wells lurk and try to take advantage of newbies and people who haven't been here. So thankfully, I'm with the crew and can kind of navigate away from the more unscrupulous elements of the village. Uh, Lots of like sloped roof, and it's not as technologically advanced as Bossing Say is. So it definitely gives that um, far away kind of vibe.
Even though it's
Almost
only,
Hamlety.
even though it's only about a day and a half worth of travel. 2 days
Yeah.
if you're going slow. While you are entering the city, it seems again, as described, smells of sweat, hard work, all that fun stuff. But as you get closer to the center of the village, you notice a beautiful crystalline statue and a couple different buildings that look to be made out of crystal themselves. Just as
Are those like the spiritual center?
you don't know. You as characters will know that crystals hold power with spirits and generally help people attune and connect to them. Um, but as I noted in the lore, and Kwong would have told you, that's what this town is known for, is its quality crystal and the occasional crystal bender that is born here.
Crystal Bender. Wild. Is there a placard on the statues?
There's not really. I'm sorry. There is no. It looks naturally made. Is the best way to describe it. So like modern art style art, where it's just like a tree of crystal.
Neat.
Wow, incredible.
Go ahead and roll what time of day, because that will determine what color the crystal is as it changes with the setting sun. D12 would probably be the easiest. Doesn't
Me?
matter. Doesn't matter. Anybody?
You got a 2.
A 2. All right. Roll me one more time. Odd even.
Odd.
Wow. All right. So the crystal, as you guys appear, is clear, as it is not reflecting any light because it is dark as all heck. You guys arrived at town at 2 o'clock in the morning. Those unscrupulous,
Jesus.
those unscrupulous individuals that were being talked about before are out in numbers. Some of them look like zombies as they drag their feet through the ground. You guys will know that, unfortunately, with the development of the nations, has come with the development of things that people do to seek pleasure as their lives get quote unquote harder as they're doing things. And one of those things is an unfortunate substance called hair nair. It's called that because the longer you take it, the faster your hair falls out. Um, Allegedly, it allows you to be look directly into the spirit realm without any issue while you're on it. But while you are on it, you walk around like a zombie. Um, there isn't too many other effects besides the hair loss. And you become excessively veiny after quite some time using it. And it is harder to come back from every time you use it. So sometimes you can get, as they say, caught in the spirit realm, and you're just stuck there, right? Your soul falls out your body, and you're dead.
I'm looking at all these people, and being somebody who is of a more noble elitist birth, looking down with quite an amount of disgust, and say, I hope you don't intend on having me take one of these drugs to talk to some spirits.
I love that, like, we know this thing about the hair nair, and everybody looks at Quang and notices he's like fully bald, completely clean shaven, and it's like, no, 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 no.
Is that where you've been disappearing to on weekends?
This is why he knew
am-
he knew exactly where to go.
So, shortly thereafter, a young girl, probably in her early 20s, pops out from one of these crystalline buildings. She looks to be wearing some kind of priestess robes and is escorted by two large men. They are huge by comparisons to you. They remind you of the Boulder, who ironically looks like your friend Quan.
Hmm.
Oh, you guys remember the boulder? It's just like a bit of reminiscing.
No.
Out
I
of
think that
if
was before my time.
out of context, yes. In context, absolutely not.
Oh,
Is it
it's
like a
like that one
family
guy
name
who's trying
that's
to be
passed on?
nostalgic and nobody notices.
Is it like a like a title that's been passed on? Like the way your name is Rock, or is it like I'm confused.
Guys, there was this legendary combatant in the arena, the Coliseum, and his name was the Boulder. And he had a wonderful run till he kind of came into
Wait,
contact
didn't he
with
get his
the
ass
avatars
whooped
again.
by a little girl?
Listen, okay, relax. It's that's a part of the story. All of it is it's fun. It's all fun. Yeah, okay, I
Was
can
this
see that.
You know what? Actually, that doesn't narrow it down. I was gonna ask if it was during that crazy old guy starts with the B. Benji? I don't remember his
Boomy?
name. That's the one,
Boomy.
I
World's
think.
Earth Kingdom Emperor?
Yeah.
Boomy?
I was gonna say if it was during his reign, but he also lived for a couple, like 100 years, so I don't think that really narrows it down any.
So, out of
Uh,
context, Boomy didn't rule the Earth Nation at that point. He was a king of a city in the Earth Nation.
Mm.
The whole Boulder thing
I need
was
to.
in
I need
Ba
to
Sing
start
Se,
catching up
wasn't it?
on that.
Nope. Try again.
No, it wasn't.
It was not. Would you guys like to know where the boulder was at?
Yeah.
So it
I need to
is
start
Gao
looking.
Ling. Is the hometown
Right.
is
Right.
Toph Belfong. Toph Belfong is a
Yes.
very legendary character that all of you would know.
Yep.
yeah, they still have comic books on him.
Isn't her daughter the current like police captain?
Nope, dead.
Oh.
Think it's her grandson now. Or grandson. We'll put in
I
quotation.
need to stop traveling so much. It's very hard to keep up on news.
So,
Isn't that backwards? Shouldn't it be easier to keep up on news because you're traveling so much?
Yeah, but I kind of like the quiet of the forest, so I just do my own thing.
Fair enough.
So, are any of these three individuals bald?
Nope.
I am not bald.
No, he means the characters I introduced that you guys are ignoring for some reason.
Oh,
The NPCs.
okay. The only person that's bald here is Quang.
So
Um,
you guys have hopped out
all
of the
right.
cart and parked it in the
Yes.
equivalent of a parking lot because again you guys are looking for information in this town. You are on your feet and walking around. The sheer snoo is with you, but you are no longer riding it as it is semi inappropriate to do so when you're not traveling.
Oh, it takes up too much
Yes.
space on the road or something, and
Yeah. Again, it's most of them are wild animals. There's not a whole bunch of trained ones. So people freak out when they see them because they're poisonous creatures that eat people.
damn. Okay, well, let's hitch that sucker up. Eats people.
Yep. Yeah. It's
We
got
are
that.
dangerous.
It's got the poisonous whippy tongue, and then it eats people when it's good and ready.
Okay, so we got
Anyways,
this.
so we'll approach these three that have come out. Not sure if they're there to greet us or not, but
They're not. They seem to just be
2 in the
exiting the
morning.
temple to. It's early in the morning. Again, they're kind of just leaving the temple at a weird hour.
excuse us. Can we have a moment of your time, please?
One of the large men looks at you and says, "What do you need?"
Some help. I apologize for the lateness of the hour, but we're kind of in a rush. We have a friend who needs some help, and we need to try to contact a friendly spirit.
Hmm. It seems like you and the priestess are in a similar situation.
Is it possible we might be able to help each other?
He says, "Give me a moment. I will ask her." You see him kind of like usher her around the corner. The other guard seems to be standing in your way as almost to block the noise or something silly. Doesn't really seem to be making sense, but yeah, that's where he's at. A couple minutes later, the large man comes back over and says, "Well, how do you propose to help?"
I would have to know more about her situation.
I see. Unfortunately, one of her other priestesses in training ran away some time ago, and it looks to be that her chi was permanently blocked from the neck down by a spirit she encountered on her travels. Luckily, we found her a day or two away from the village we are from, and the princess here, or priestess, I should say, has been on the looks for a remedy for quite some time. She was told that there might be some help here at the temple, but no one seems to be here currently.
Is it because of the hour, or has no one been here?
We have been here for a week, and no one has set foot in or out of this crystalline temple that we know of. We do know that the people that are supposed to be here work in the local mines, uh, but that is about it. We are not from here.
Well,
We are from oh, you probably know it. We're from Koshi Island.
did you say Kyoshi Island?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I'm not exactly familiar. So
Zizen is, and he's kind of taken aback for a moment.
Fantastic! As you are taken aback, you gain the. Da-da-da. Sorry, let me find it.
stunned.
Nope. Impaired condition.
Oh shit!
As you are taken aback.
That means
Being impaired You are slowed or off balance. Mark 1 fatigue or take -2 to all physical actions.
Well, that sucks.
Does the guard seem to have any reaction to our friend's reaction?
Nope. Now we gotta ask, why were you shocked? What shocked you?
So, well, I was gonna say that people don't usually like travel from Kyoshi. In my memory, they tend to stay on Kyoshi.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna change your status to there's actually one that's called stunned. We're gonna do that one instead.
Okay.
Because I think that makes more sense.
So yeah, just correct me if I'm wrong, but like Kyoshi is not that they're uh xenophobic or anything like that. They just prefer to stay on the island and they very rarely leave the island.
As far as I can remember, that seems about true. Out of character, they're very much like Amazon whole with that.
No, not really.
Just, I mean,
They're
they stay on their island. They're a little.
their warriors might be because they train there. This is a priestess though. Also, I just explained to
Oh,
you.
okay. Never mind. Okay, I see.
Also, I just explained to you that this priestess is dealing with a very unique situation that would very much explain why she is traveling.
Absolutely, but it's still like
Chi block.
it's still something that's interesting that would be like a surprise to my character.
Which is why you're stunned. So the next
Yes.
roll that you're gonna would be taken, as long as it's within the next couple minutes, you will not be able to make.
Okay. Then I'm gonna speak to the guard again. May I have just a moment to converse with my companions?
Yes, of course.
So I'm gonna step back with everybody. So this priestess has a similar issue. She has a friend who was injured by a spirit, and they came here seeking aid, but none of the priests seem to be here. All they know is that they were supposed to be working in the mines, but nobody's been back here for at least a week.
Well,
That's not great.
I see we could either go into the mines, see if there was an accident, or go into the temple and look through their offices.
If it's all the same, I think we should make sure that something else isn't in the temp or isn't in the mines first.
Okay, I want you all to.
We could at least find.
I would like you
sorry.
all to look at your balances really quick.
Yup.
Yes.
Anything that applies to this conversation that might be important for moving the story forward?
I feel like everybody's kind of giving Zizen next steps. So a basic move, guide, and comfort sounds valid here.
Okay. So you are
But I
going
didn't say
to
anything,
try
so
and
somebody
guide and
else.
comfort this other person or your own party members.
I think that's like targeted towards Zizen to get the condition off the stunned.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah. Somebody else do it. Because I'm not guiding and comforting. You guys were giving next steps. So somebody else roll that.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know what I'm supposed to roll. That's the thing.
It's in the basic moves. It says that you roll with harmony.
I have a plus
I'm
0 to
trying to-
harmony. I can do it.
I have a +1 to harmony. That's about it.
That's good. That's good.
Better than plus 0.
Oh no,
So-
wait, that's a +2. Right, I have the thing next to it.
Definitely, Iron, go ahead. Or sorry, Gon. Go ahead and
Yeah.
give a guide and comfort roll.
Trying to see if there's anything that applies to this.
Yep. Again, if it's one of your bases that somehow touches to what you're trying to do, which I think for you is unity and independence or freedom.
Uh, I'm still trying to figure out where you're looking at this from. Is
So-
this on like the playbook or?
Yes, it's on the playbook in your balance section. It's right next to your stats, right next to conditions. There's two little fishes. There's a one on one side and one on the other.
Yeah. Okay. So, which way I want to do this? I just have a +0, so it.
That it doesn't matter too much, but I can shift your balance depending on how you roll.
Oh, if I'm gonna do unity or heritage.
Right. You don't
Those are
have
my-
to, but if it applies, you get to add those extra bonuses or negatives.
All right. I mean, so since we're trying to do a guiding thing,
Also, none of you guys are using any of the characters from the New Republic book, right? No outcasts.
No, I don't think
Nope.
so.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna close
so.
that
The
one.
Foundling is a
Guardian.
Facebook, so no.
Foundling is actually in the Wastag. The first one
Is
is
it?
Wastag. Yep.
Darn.
So yours is between Unity and Heritage. I don't think for guiding what we're doing currently is gonna apply to either of those, unless you
Yeah, I don't. I'm not.
unless you
thinking
were
it does
calling
either.
across your past, whatever.
Yeah,
Random.
I don't think so. So I'm just gonna roll a flat d6, I guess.
All right, 2d6 with harmony.
The good news is I have a +2 to harmony. 6.
Total.
Oh no, if it's total, then 11.
Much better. All right, so you get to guide and comfort. So this is you have to act this out. This is part of the fun of this system. So you are giving guidance and comfort to Frozen's character about what to do next. So you are giving the suggestion to the group here. Go ahead and make your baseline suggestion. That all of us will either embrace your guidance or shut you down. Actually, no. On a 10 plus, we have to listen to you. we
Oh.
can shift our balance, but I don't think any of us will want to.
So wait. So quick rundown of what's just happened. Frozen's currently on the fence of whether or not we want to go and raid the temple for stuff, or if we want to go check for them in the mines.
Incorrect. I presented the problem that the princess was having. I haven't made a suggestion.
I said we could either go through rummage through their belongings, and or pick up something that we might have Frozen sniff out to see if we can locate who actually, is supposed to be there.
Okay, that sounds a little bit more better than what I had originally heard. I just heard let's rummage through their stuff. I'm just like, I don't think that's my character would
To
not
find
agree
out
with
where
that.
they went,
I mean,
They
okay.
might have left a
Yeah,
ledger.
That language is pretty rough. Yeah, so we can ask them if we can use our creature to find clues to help them find what might have perpetrated this crime.
So you still, what is your suggestion though? Because that's going to push the forward. It will remove his stunned because I assume that's what he wants to do because he doesn't have to mark any fatigue or anything.
That totally wasn't even my thing. I was just thinking, like, is this something we should do? Should we help her, or should we be more concerned about ourselves? In helping her, I think that we will also help ourselves, but we could land ourselves in some trouble.
Well,
Yes,
we're
no,
already
I understand
currently-
that. So, Iron gone.
We're already in a deal of trouble. What's helping somebody else out? All else fails, it might get us a bit more leeway in figuring out. Just think of it as friends in high places. We might be able to get some information on where the Avatar is if we help out. Besides, I'm not exactly too keen on leaving somebody when I know I can help.
So,
Maybe the Daily will start following them instead of us.
Frozen,
that's
you are an
guiding
icon,
comfort,
right?
right?
Yes.
Okay, so your things that you have to go between are your role as the icon and freedom of yourself. So back to Iron, because you rolled the 10 plus, you don't have to shift his balance towards freedom or roll with that assessment. I think with that choice, you would be shifting it towards roll.
His role
He
as an
would.
icon? I think so, yeah. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
It's a thing. It's not really good or bad.
It is a
Both.
thing.
Both.
Yeah. So it is because as a general leader of the people, yada yada, it's his responsibility to take care of people, right? So he's fulfilling his role as an icon there. At least that's how I interpret
Yep.
it. Does that make sense?
Not to mention one of my responsibilities is providing aid and succor.
Oh yeah. So then
Yeah, no,
definitely
Sounds
that would
great.
definitely help.
shift your balance towards your roll. One clicky click.
I helped.
Okay.
Yay.
Mechanically speaking, Gon said like this is what we should do. We should help these people.
Mhm.
And now that he rolled over an 11, that means he's in agrees.
Yeah, doesn't really have a
Yes.
choice. He embraces the
Okay.
thing.
Agrees.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool. It's kind of PvP.
A little. So the system is built for it, but it's not supposed to be necessarily negative. That was all positive interaction. It got rid of his stun, move the story
Sure.
forward, all that fun stuff.
For sure.
Okay. So me and Gong are in agreement. What about Kong? Long John?
I'm fine with it.
I imagine that I was behind you while you were having conversations with the priestess and the guards,
Uh-oh.
and just like menacing aura. So
Just
I was just there to support and lean into whatever choice you're making. So I'm down. I'm down for the cause.
I guess that works. It's one
All
way of
right.
doing things.
Then
So as
yeah.
you return back to the two large gentlemen, they turn and are talking and whatnot, and you happen to catch the princess's name. They call her Madoa.
Hmm.
The
Assuming our note taker is
he's on it.
Yep.
The big man goes by Peter, and the other man goes by Earl.
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 We've got Peter and Earl.
just
Do
reminds
they
me of
wield weapons?
Look, we'll get there eventually. So Peter, the big man that was in front of you, looks down and says, "Have you come to a decision? Because we have a plan."
we will aid you.
Fantastic. That's what we had hoped you would say. So we have two ways of going about this. What you guys don't take care of, we'll take care of the other. There's a small known bar not far from here that the locals like to frequent. That is full of ruffians. We haven't gone to it yet because we would like to keep the priestess here out of trouble as long as possible. But going there might reveal some important information that we've been missing. Secondarily, if you want to skip all that jazz and just head straight to the mines to see what's going on there, you could. But I hear the foreman's a real jerk and doesn't let anyone but miners inside.
And we're certain that the priests here went to work the mines.
That is what we've been told by the few locals that keep an eye on them. There are two of them that currently reside in this temple, apparently. Both of them are crystal benders of good caliber.
Well,
I wish I had a
the
stat that made me an idiot.
town of only 300. You know, there's a bunch of people already walking around delirious outside. The leadership of the town is nowhere to be seen, and and I just got to go to a bar and rough some people up who are probably already heavily intoxicated while I'm sober.
And it's 2 in the
I'm
morning.
down. Yeah, they're definitely messed up.
Just down
Okay.
to beat up just a random person at 2 in the morning while just blackout
They
drunk.
don't call me the hammer for nothing.
Time out.
Call you the Hammer?
Let's.
Whoa!
That's his thing. By the way, so your thing is between force and care. So I like that. That's a good thought.
Hmm.
So you guys,
Maybe let's not jump straight to violence, but we will go check out the bar and see if we can gather any information before we move forward.
Peter says, myself, Earl, will take the princess to our arranged quarters, and then we will head to the mine shortly thereafter.
With any
And then I
luck,
put
we'll meet you
my
in the mine shortly.
brass knuckles away sadly. Hmm.
So you guys go to the bar, and the bar is known as the Crystal Cup. The door itself is made of a rose quartz, the stone, and that's the special. The rest of it's made of wood and metal, as per usual. At least that's what you see on the outside. It looks to be relatively well upkept on the outside, besides a couple of vagrants that have leaned up against the wall and passed out for the night.
All right. I enter the bar.
Okay, as you do so, do all of you enter at the same time? All four of you?
Always menacingly.
Yes.
Okay. All of you kind of kick the
Time to
door
go.
open, and like a Western saloon scene happens. It kind of as you drag the thing across the floor. Noting that all of you are not earthbenders, because every earthbender knows when you open a stone door, you lift a little bit.
I am.
He's an earthbender.
He did not make that mistake. Unfortunately, he was not in the front because he said he was in the back menacingly.
I just want to screech while they do it. It's like, no, it's not.
So
The firebender just. Oh.
there's no element of surprise. Congratulations. They know you guys aren't locals.
Mumblings like, you guys are ruining the vibe.
So
Okay.
several patrons look like they've already had some rough and tumbles for the night and are leaned up against the corner with slabs of meat on their face, drinking what looks to be some more than fruity concoction. Along with a couple regulars at the bar itself, there's about 7 people that are actively, we'll say, enjoying themselves at the bar. There's probably about another 10 more kind of in the corners around the other spaces, getting served by the very tired-looking waiters and waitresses.
Well, I'm going to treat this like I would a D&D game. And I'm just going to go up to the bar and order a drink. Because who better than the barman to get information from?
Okay, sitting across from you is a very modest-looking gentleman wearing what you would consider a bar uniform. What do I do you for?
Good. Well, judging by the silence, I'm sure you already know I'm not from around here. So,
That was pretty apparent.
dealer's choice.
Dealer's choice. Well, I got a lot of leftover this stuff. And he pulls out a jug of things and says, "Would you like this?" I don't really know what it is. It's kind of been our slop bucket for the night.
Perhaps not the slop bucket, but
Oh,
anything
you
else.
said dealer's choice, friend.
You are correct. I did.
Any man worth his
I'll tell you
salt
what.
knows to stick to his word, especially in this town.
You are correct, sir. I apologize.
Who's the big
You know
guy in
what?
this town?
Dealer's choice. I will take the slop bucket.
All right, good man. And he scoops out a mug full of this liquid, sets it in front of you, and says, "I wouldn't suggest drinking it all in one glug. Sip that."
All right. And I will take a sip and prepare to roll for whatever I need to.
Yes. So you have gained
I feel
another.
like something called the slop would just be in like it's just a bucket.
I am tempted to use
So,
the doomed condition,
You're
but I'm not
sipping on
going
it
to.
too. It's like nasty.
IRL, back in my young and dumb days, um, me and a bunch of roommates had a drink we called the Holy Bartender.
Uh-oh.
And it was a bottle that we just filled with all of the leftovers from all the other bottles?
Yeah, that sounds about what I would imagine the slop is.
So,
It's probably pretty close.
historically, one of the first ways that like they say that beer was probably made was literally just the grains like still mixed in with the beer, and so it was like an actual slop, where it was like you also ate when you drank, like you were eating fermented
Yeah.
grains.
That's the way to go right there.
Hmm.
That's why we all have great bacterias in our guts these days. We had to fight that off. So, the condition you gained is trapped. Not physically so, but you are socially trapped to sit at the bar and finish your drink.
All right.
So
Can I?
all that means is in this discussion encounter that you guys are in, you cannot leave the bar without, causing yourself a little bit of dishonor. So your friends will have to join you and be at the bar themselves, or you have to just talk to the bartender by yourself, separating yourself from your friends and their knowledge.
Well, that's up to them.
Correct, because you were trapped.
However, I'll take another swig.
Okay.
Not that bad.
Roll me a d6.
It's a trap!
Oh shit! I rolled a 1.
That's what you wanted, actually. You're fine.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh.
It's not so bad.
Oh shit. Okay. Excuse
So
me.
no other conditions.
You
No.
immediately try to stand up and you just keel over.
So
So we came. Me and my companions and I came looking for a priest, but it seems like your priest.
yeah, the Marco brothers. Yeah, Marco brothers. They're usually seen down at the mines working. We see them up here about once every 2 weeks, and then they're usually in the temple for the rest of the time. That's where they stay at night and whatnot, or during the mornings. They're good men for sure.
Have they been back recently?
What do you mean been back?
Well, I mean more, have you seen them recently? I know you said you don't usually see them for a couple of weeks, but
Well, I mean, specifically this bar, they show up about every couple weeks. I assume they spend their days in the town when they're not at the bar. So,
Were they at the bar yesterday or 2 weeks ago?
who's this?
this is my forgive my rather aggressive friend. Uh this is Long John.
Long John. I see. Interesting. We'll just say he has an aura about him.
Aura, if you're gonna correct it right.
All right. Would you like to intimidate the bartender?
Yes.
All right. Roll an
Oh
intimidation check.
no.
When you intimidate
I
an
believe I have
NPC,
bonuses.
all right.
Because it's called calling out or something.
Okay.
When you provoke an NPC. Oh wait, no, not that one.
You're not punching him in the face. I assume you're not trying to sucker punch the man.
No, I'm not trying to sucker punch. No.
Okay. So you're gonna roll with passion. And as a hammer, I don't think this is care that you are using force to get what you want. So add your bonuses towards force, what it is currently, and then shift your thing towards force.
Okay, I don't believe I have any bonus
Okay,
or
so
negative yet.
it doesn't change anything yet, but it will later.
Okay. I got a 6 plus 2, so 8.
Woo-hoo-hoo. All right. So you get to choose one of the following. Sorry, on a hit, they choose one. On a 10 plus you, first you pick one, and they cannot choose. Okay, so they will either run escape. So I think in this situation, the bartender is going to, oh, I'm so sorry. Aura, you're correct, sir. My apologies. Would you like something to drink?
I'll take an ale. And I would like to know who roughed those guys up. They look like they know how to rough and tumble.
Ah, well, let me grab the ale first. And he turns and sets it down and leans in closely and says, the people that took them out aren't in here anymore. I heard they were heading towards the mine, though. And leans back.
Were they with a girl?
No, I don't believe so.
Any name, appearance, that sort of thing?
Well, they're locals. I don't think I can safely give any names without getting myself in trouble. But they are the usual crowd, as I will say. And he kind of looks around and says, "There's a lot of the usual crowd around." And he looks specifically at Kwong, and goes, "They kind of are like him, I would assume." Wink, wink, smiley face.
How many?
Uh, at least 4, if not more.
Okay. You got a drink that'll stiffen some pain?
Yes, all of them. How much pain you got?
I put 5 gold pieces on the table and I say I want this much.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Bribery.
10 seconds. I gotta see what this actually is. Okay, so technically BT dubs. The currency you guys are using is Yan, or the Yan, right? And they're basically little gold ingots. They can also be exchanged for paper bills and things like that. But again, I'm just giving you equivalency of, not exact exchange rates. So you put down the equivalent of 5 quote unquote golds, which is 5 days worth of feeding yourself. And he goes, "The best we got it." And he goes to the back and pulls out a very, very beautiful looking. It looks like a crane, but on the inside is a purple liqueur of some sort that whisk up through the drink. And he goes, "This'll cover that."
So for my purposes, I'm looking for slightly more quantity to give to multiple individuals.
Oh, okay. Goes to the back. Damn, I thought I was finally getting rid of this thing. Uh, yes, you want more stuff for about what you paid. Well, how good of stuff do you want? Because I got a couple potato barrels that would work for that.
I don't want the highest quality, but I want like the above medium
Okay,
grade.
yeah. He goes back and pulls out 2 potato barrels, which are like gallon-sized jugs of vodka.
Okay.
Is the
You
easiest
know
way
where
to describe it.
anybody know of anybody around here who's worth their salt besides those 4 locals who roughed up these folks?
Well, it depends on what you consider worth your salt. Are you looking for someone who can build things? Are you looking for someone that can fight? Are you looking for someone that can teach you stuff? Like,
I'm looking for somebody who could swing their fists or their bending on par.
oh, like I said, sir, there's plenty of people in this bar currently.
Great. As I take one of those barrels and I roll it over to the guys and I say, "You think this is enough to pick yourselves up and get back your get back your rights as men?"
Wow. Would you like to use a trick? Or would
I'm
you
not
like,
tricking them.
or are you pleading with them?
I am.
Or would you like to push your luck? I think this will probably fall in one of those three. You're either trying to trick them into doing something for you, pushing your luck to get them help, or you're pleading with them to take this barrel as payment to go help you with something.
I'm more along the lines of, I guess, what would plead fall under again?
When you plead with an NPC
Plead
who cares,
is
what you
harmony.
think for help, support, or action, roll with harmony. Yeah.
I was thinking I was more trying to guide and comfort them in a rough way.
Guiding and comforting does not apply
Yeah.
to this situation.
It's not comforting to say, you'll take back your dignity.
Yes.
I don't think that's a
I
good
would-
way to start this off.
Honestly, in the situation that we're in right now,
I do
and
push
the
my
words
luck.
that you're choosing to use, it would be push your luck. Yeah.
I'm pushing it.
All right, cool. When you push your luck in a risky situation, you say what you want to do, roll with passion. On a hit, you do it, but it costs you something to scrape by it. The GM tells you what it costs. On a 10 plus, your boldness pays off despite the cost. The GM tells you what other lucky opportunities falls in your lap.
This ain't good luck, guys, but I'll try.
I'm gonna give you a straight even roll because you've already kind of led with something interesting. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about like my balance or something.
Nope.
Okay, and then I add my +2 to passion rolls.
Okay.
I got a 4 and a 4 and +2, so 10.
Total of 10 plus. That succeeds. So the single barrel of would-be vodka is excessively instrumental in getting these guys up. They pop the top, fill up whatever the heck they're drinking, and slam it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. They are out the door, running in a direction quickly. You all have a chance to follow them, or you could wait around and see what the aftermath of their shenanigans are. Though, while they leave, you do notice a couple of the other groups kind of mosey out of the corner to slightly follow behind them.
I intend on following.
Okay. So
Sorry, Frozen.
I will say, as a note for you guys, that this is not something that you can't split the party up over. You know what I mean? For what you guys are doing. But just be careful of it. Frozen, you are still technically trapped. So to remove this trapping, you can mark a combination of 3 conditions or fatigue to escape, which is basically you take whatever's left of that drink and down it as quickly as possible. Or you could wait here a little longer to get out of it. Or you could use one of your moves if you have something that would help in this situation.
I think I'm gonna have to push my luck and down this drink, because my concern now is that these guys are gonna go and they're gonna see the 2 guys with the priestess that we're supposed to be helping and attack them.
Okay.
And it's just 1d6?
No. 2.
2d6s?
You always roll with
Oh,
2d6s.
Oh shit! I've been rolling with 1.
That would explain a couple things.
It's gonna be really hard to get above a 10 plus with just 1 dice.
I was wondering, but
So sometimes I will tell you to just roll a single d6 because I don't need a d12.
Oh, this is not going to go well for me. 4 total.
Oof. So you try and do not succeed. You take a good gulp of the first bit as you're trying to chug it, and you about puke up right then and there. It goes down the wrong hole. You are having a bad day. So all of you guys watch your friend just not die, but die for a bit.
Good thing there's no bystanders to watch. His reputation's not ruined.
Right.
He's also
You're welcome.
drinking something out of what is basically the. This is the closest. This is jungle juice. This is their version of jungle juice. It's just everything, and like what they use to like wipe the bar. He literally
It's
wrung
just
out like the.
mayonnaise. Just
Ah,
I was gonna say this basically
The thought-
equates
thought
to
of just-
grog.
So
the
as
thought
you
of just
as
like
you
drinking
again
pure
try to chug the
mayonnaise
rest of
fills
it,
me with.
um,
Oh,
unfortunately your luck has failed you, and you've kind of made a fool of yourself. You are going to shift your balance. Maybe, perhaps. What are your balances again? Self-reliance and
Wrong. Roll and freedom.
sorry, that I was thinking Kwong. Roll and freedom. Oh man, so do I really want to shift you? Because I don't think this applies.
I don't think it
Well,
really shifts my balance.
just really into your role now. You have to pay attention. No, just kidding. Yeah, so you're going to need to take to remove the trap now. You're going to need to take a combination of 3 conditions or fatigue. So you could take 1 condition and 2 fatigues, or you could take all fatigue, or you could take all conditions. The choice is yours. If you will remember, conditions have negative quantities as you are doing. Doing things.
Yeah. Do I get to choose the conditions I take, or do I take them in order?
100% yours.
Oh, okay.
My suggestions might be insecure, troubled, and angry.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
But then again, you can also use fatigue. But remember, you use fatigue to use your abilities in combat, and it's your health. I mean, so are conditions. So here or there.
I was going to say fatigue applies conditions anyways.
No. So if you're thinking of your health, right? Your real health is your conditions, right? Because the more of the hits you take on those, the closer you are to being knocked out of the fight. But to get knocked out, you also have to lose your fatigue. Whereas you don't burn conditions to use your ability, you burn fatigue because it represents how tired you are. And once you get to
right,
being
right.
super
There it
tired,
is, yep.
every time you take damage, you would take a condition instead.
Okay. So I can take 3 conditions or take 3 fatigue.
Or a combo of the 2, yeah.
Okay.
So like you could be angry and then take 2 fatigue for finishing this drink, and then you're no longer trapped at the bar.
I think I will take 2 fatigue.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take insecure instead of angry.
Okay. So just to let you know, to clear this condition, you have to take a foolhardy action without talking to your companions, which is something you have yet to do in this campaign. So, there's that. You're no longer trapped. You can leave the bar with everyone else.
All right.
are you okay?
I'll live.
Genuinely, I don't know if you will. I think you shortened your life by a couple years just taking a sip with it, not even
Here, bud.
finishing it.
Take one of these warm steaks. And I put the table before we leave the bar.
I will leave the
Don't
equivalent
serve
coinage on the bar.
Okay. You pay appropriately.
Shall we go before your hired help attacks the wrong people?
Oh, they're not going to attack the wrong people. They're attacking whoever beat them up.
So, you
Okay.
I just have an order of march question. You guys go at before the groups that you kind of noticed were getting up out of the bar, or do you go after?
I think we should go before.
Yeah, before.
Just assuming that if something does happen and there is a bar room brawl, we'll go before. That, and one of us currently owns a man-eating animal, so
That is with the cart.
Yeah.
Does somebody can waterbenders bend alcohol as I carry this barrel?
It's liquid.
It is a liquid.
Yes, yeah. I was just curious.
It does
Yes.
contain water.
Okay. Then.
Yes, I
Maybe
can.
a little bit.
Why?
So I'm gonna say for gameplay purposes, yes, but not well.
It doesn't have to be well. Do we have a waterbender with us, right?
Hi.
Aha! I
I
have a plan.
might also
intend
have
on,
a.
I intend on throwing this in the general direction if things get really bad. Does anybody have a
grain
match?
alcohol?
You have 2 firebenders with you.
Perfect.
I don't know if. I
So I will remind you that you aren't killers. This isn't a D&D thing. You're not trying to murder the people you're fighting.
What of us is
I'm just in case, in case.
I can get them drunk. I mean, that's probably
so-
the better alternative,
so-
honestly.
Anyway,
Let's just not.
we're
We'll figure it out when we get there. Let's keep going, please.
so I am going to note to you guys that you guys are missing out on an opportunity because of the order of march that you took. So,
Yeah.
as you guys continue down the road, running at full speed to catch up to these yahoos who have taken off to chase other yahoos, about a mile away from the mines, you see 2 familiar bodies. They seem to be knocked out unconscious. One of them is pinned to a pile of rocks as if it was sucked into it. The other one looks like he took some serious singes to himself. Peter and Earl are currently unconscious outside the mine. Though, in the far distance, in front of the mine, you do hear combat as rocks fall and mountains shake and things are going on over there. Do you wish to join them, or do you want to keep an eye on your friends, acquaintances?
I'll take a moment to care for them and smack them
Here for
awake.
them.
I'm gonna head towards the combat.
They're out super solid.
Yeah, I think it's
sleep
combat time.
Sleep is the best thing.
I leave a barrel next to them.
All right, cool beans. So we're gonna get you guys continue on, and it's an obvious battle. There are, give me a second here.
Yeah, moving full speed.
Ooh, okay. There are 4 benders that are dealing with the remnants of 4 other benders. The people that I'm not going to say hired, but coerced into doing things. They are currently locked and engaged 1-on-1, but in the background you see another 5 other people kind of just waiting around as if they are waiting their turn or something along those lines. Also, as a note for you guys for later, you will know that the other groups consisted of a 1-man show and 3 other people. So there's, another 4-ish people at your guys' rear.
Do we see the priestess anywhere?
No, as I said before, she was going to get dropped off first, so there was really no danger.
Oh, that's right.
for
That's
her.
right. Okay. I missed that. I'm sorry.
So I have a quick question in regards to the bending categories.
Okay.
In regards to the passive abilities, do we have all of them or just one of them?
What do you mean?
I'm just looking at the list of passive non-bender abilities. Yeah,
What, like the basic moves and the balance moves?
Yeah, I think it's basic abilities and.
Yeah, so that's,
Yeah.
that's something everyone has mastered. Basic moves are something that everyone has.
Okay.
Again, it's more
because one of the things is.
I'm listening.
First aid.
What's that one under?
That's under weapons. Weapon bender people. It's under a passive ability.
Where are you looking
That's
at that?
probably a you.
Or sorry, basic abilities.
Hold up here. Let me
Basic techniques? I don't have a basic abilities. I have a basic techniques.
go. What category is that under? Is it in defend and maneuver, attack and advance, observe and evade?
I see. I was using the roleplay wiki to try to see the stuff. And so it just says non-bender's initial abilities, and then it says basic abilities, and then it says advanced abilities, and then mastered abilities.
So I think you're looking at the wrong wiki.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I was really confused. I was
Never mind.
about to
I
say,
was
is there
like,
another pamphlet
where
that I
the
had?
hell is he seeing that?
Yeah, so
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a different.
so
Which
as you
which
guys do stuff in combat and whatnot, right? You can tell me what you're trying to do, and we can apply it to one of these things, right? But during combat exchanges, there's a specific set of things that you need to do, right? There's your basic techniques, and then your special techniques that you guys know on your characters, the ones that you have mastered or learned or things like that, right?
Nope.
So I'm gonna go over the exchange combat, and then I'm gonna set up the scene for you guys. Okay. So
I wrote down this entire thing, so I have the steps.
perfect. Step one is the GM chooses an approach for each NPC or group of NPCs in the exchange. The GM keeps their choice secret. Each player of a PC exchange for the exchange chooses an approach for their character. If multiple players are on the same exchange, blah blah blah, you guys can talk amongst yourself as long as you're not fighting each other. 3. The GM reveals what the NPCs did, and the PCs oppose each other and reveal their previously secret whatever, right? All competitors choose to defend and maneuver go first, then advance attack, and then evade and observe. And then all characters lost their balance or were taken out. Now resolve those results, and then you repeat the process until it's over. So all of your techniques fall under a category. Either they are defend and maneuver, advance and attack, or evade and observe, right? So I am going to tell you that there are 4 groups of enemies currently and 1 group of allies. You already heard their numbers. I'm going to put little things on here so I keep track of their stuff. And you guys can engage these groups as you want, right? They're their own thing, right? You already have 1 group of 4 dealing with 1 group of 4. There is 1 group of 5 that is kind of in the background, not really doing much of anything besides standing in the way of the mine itself. Ugh. Sorry. And then there are 2 groups behind you guys that are coming up rapidly. So a total
Kind of
of
surrounded in a way.
you guys are pinned for sure. You definitely pinned yourself on accident by not waiting for those other guys to go first. So again, there's not a real map for me to show you guys, right? There's no combat positions are important, but I'm assigning each one of these groups a element, and you guys can go to those groups and deal with them as necessary. I have all my fun little cards over here to explain what the heck they're doing and things, and I'll keep track of it on my end. It's going to be a lot of look and see here stuff. So I'm going to flip my camera around so you guys can see what I'm working with and see if it's a good setup. So you guys talked about your dice. You guys are going to be these guys, right? And then we're going to apply what groups you are dealing with. So obviously these 2 already hanging out, right? This one's by itself. Ignore this because that's your location on the map. These are you guys and the 2 groups behind you, right? So I'll put these guys over here so you kind of have a idea of where they're at on the battlefield. Essentially, it's not perfect. There's no actual movement that you have to worry about. For you
This
guys,
is just for visualization.
yes, so you guys know what groups you're dealing with. For your guys' stuff, there's 3 stances. You get 3 little symbols on your rock paper scissors dice. Look how great that works out. When you guys pick your stance or whatever, I will change you to that dice. The enemies, on the other hand, will get the actual card that they will be using. But I'm gonna, keep that over here in the corner until they reveal it. But that way, you guys know what they're doing when they do it. So there's no real order. And we will have to deal with a quote-unquote group at a time. But I will let you guys pick where you guys kind of head. Again, there's 2 groups behind you, but we can wait a couple exchanges before they come up. So you guys have time to focus on the 3 groups that are in front of you. You have an ally group, an enemy group, and an enemy group.
Um, So for the character sheet, right? Where it's the combat exchanges, defend and maneuver, advance and attack, evade and observe. We choose one of those three.
Yes.
You choose the stance.
Okay.
Yes. And then you will roll at one point. Sorry, I need to go back here to explain how like choosing a technique, right? Um sorry. So at the very beginning you roll, right? To with focus. If you're doing the defend and maneuver, if you're rolling advance and attack, you roll passion. If you do evade and observe, you do creativity, right? Once you do your roll, you get to figure out what technique you are using, right? So the first step is just figuring out what you're trying to do. If you're defending, attacking, or evading, right? That's the easiest way to think about it.
Okay.
The advantage to evading and observing is you get one fatigue back. That's just like a free healing point. You go last, but you get a little bit of health. Defend and
Mhm.
maneuver is like you're assuming they're going to attack, and it kind of preps you for all that fun stuff. And then advanced attack is obviously you punching people, doing things. And we'll describe those actions as you get into them. But for now, we just need to know what stance you guys are taking. But before we do any
Yeah.
of that, I need to know who you guys are engaging with so I can make the encounter set up appropriately.
Okay. So for mine is dependent on tornado.
Okay, long.
The choice that you make will dictate where I am. My intention is to, if you do something aggressive, I will divert and take the hit. And if
Okay.
anybody tries to hit you and hits me, I clap them back with a retaliate.
Very cool. I like that. All right, so you guys are traveling together. What group would you like to do? Would you like to assist the group that is currently fighting, deal with their backup, or head back to the back and deal with one of the two groups approaching from behind?
Dependent on you.
I was going to go and look at the bad guys in front of us who are fighting.
Okay, so
The
you're
ones who are not the people I had at the bar.
okay. So you're gonna help the people that you, whatever. Got it. So you guys are here with your allies, right? We'll get to that exchange in a
Mhm.
minute. Jumping over to, uh, Iron. You were blue, right?
Yes.
All right, Iron. Which group of enemies would you like to do? Would you like to pile in with these other guys, or would you like to go to one of the other groups?
I think I'm gonna go to one of the other groups. It's just debating which one.
Okay.
Let's do group 5.
Okay, so that's not group 5. That's green group. There's 5 members in that.
Oh, it's the amount that are in that group. Is that
Correct.
it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you just put the numbers down to
Nope,
just
they're different
dictate.
colors. It's hard to tell with my
Okay.
lighting. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're fine.
I had other lighting, but the boy stole it
Sure.
before we
Let's
started.
let's let's pile into that group. Why not?
Okay, so you're also going to be part of this engage, and
Yeah, we'll deal with one group and then we'll just go around and smack the other ones.
okay, and then last but not least.
I'm gonna follow the rest of my party.
All right, so now it's 8-on-4. You guys just reinforced the heck out of this first group, right? So, both. It looks like the group that came over and were fighting these yahoos are getting slammed. All of them are considerably beat up, so they're going to be helpful, but not super helpful. So, go ahead and I'm going to pick 4 stances for these guys. Actually, sorry, I only picked 1 stance because they're all doing the same thing essentially. Who they attack is going to be different. So they are going to do this technique. And since the other ones aren't currently engaged, they're not doing anything this round. Your allies are going to kind of look. Well, you don't need to know, but they're doing a thing. And then, ooh, actually, do these change with everything? Do you know what they are? Oh, I guess there's only a couple different ones, but the colors are the same. That's dumb. Yeah, that would give it away. That's super annoying.
And these are just random guys that we ran into, right?
Oh, there. Whoa, hi there. Yes, more or less.
Yes. Complete random strangers who got beat up by these guys earlier.
Hey, check this out. These cards are actually the backings don't matter whatsoever. So I can just throw these on the table next to the group.
Wow.
There you go.
It's really bothering me that I can't see your screen, Ruck.
I'm sorry. Click on it.
I had to make it large to see it.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
did.
same.
It
Is that
just
is that better,
indefinite loading screen.
is that a better color to see stuff with?
A little bit better, yeah.
With that. I think that's better. That picks up the colors more. Okay. And it makes the map look cool. So they have their stuff. You guys get to pick your stuff. And then I will rotate your fist and things accordingly. So scissors is going to be the attack. Rock is going to be defend, and paper is going to be the evade and observe. Just for
Rock.
rock,
I'm Rock.
rock for rock. Got it.
My freaking name, man.
Check. You are done, ever so slightly. Younger.
I was going to go with the advance and attack pressure
Okay.
using my
Hold up.
huh?
You have to.
Okay.
Before you do your techniques, there's rolling that has to be done.
Okay. Uh,
And
Right now, you're just picking a stance.
I'm going for evade and observe.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And last but not least, Iron.
I was gonna go for evade and observe as well.
All right. Two things. The defense. And that's well balanced. I like that. Okay, so now it is time for me to reveal the NPCs that are in this engagement. So they are using evade and defend, or defend and whatnot. And then your allies are using evade and observe, as they need a little bit of breather because they've been getting slapped in the face. So that means the first people to go are the people that did defend and observe. So players are going to go before NPCs unless for some reason you want to go second. So go ahead and roll your dice.
I don't have
Hold on.
defend.
No, defend and maneuver is
The stance.
That's
Guang.
number one. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay, right.
He
So-
gets to resolve first.
7 with the
Okay.
focus. All right, so you can use one basic or master technique.
Basic. I'm going to. Okay, so I don't think it's. I'm not sure what it is. I'm using. I want to use divert.
Okay, so divert.
Defend and maneuver.
Yes,
It's not under basic techniques.
no, it's your mastered technique.
So it's advanced. Oh, okay. Yeah. So the
But it's
technique divert.
mastered, so you're good. So on a 7 to 9, you can use your mastered techniques. Remember, I gave you an extra
Fire.
one for the character creation for all this, just because we kind of did it wrong and I wasn't going back. So yes, you can use divert. Which, if I pull that up really quick, that is under.
So the intention is if anybody tries to hit if an opponent tries to hit any of my allies,
Uh-huh.
which I'm going to go ahead and like say the priestess and the guards also allies.
Okay.
I
Well,
can take
the
hit
priestess guards
instead.
are knocked out somewhere else.
Oh yeah,
So
they're knocked out.
the
Yeah, those
drunken
are the two dudes
brawlers
we were talking
are
about.
probably your allies, though. I would say that.
Right. Them. So, if anyone who's an ally within my reach, whatever that means, if they were to suffer a hit, I would take the fatigue on my own.
Mhm.
And then it says, I can also use retaliate in this exchange.
So if you use retaliate, if you had rolled a 10 plus, right? You can choose one of the following. You mark a fatigue to use a learn technique, use one practice technique, or use 2 different basic or mastered techniques. So if you had rolled a 10 plus, you would have been able to do a retaliate as well.
I see. Okay.
So like for these NPCs,
Understanding.
the NPCs always use a number of techniques equal to 1 plus their balance rating. And they get access to the basic techniques unless they have something special.
Okay, and we do 1, but if we get a 10 plus, then we could do 2.
Correct. And sometimes,
Got it. I'm
if you
still
guys
gonna stick with divert then.
if sometimes you'll have like the prepared condition or the inspired condition or favored or empowered, all of those also give you extra stuff and things.
Okay, interesting. All right, I'm happy with my choice though.
Okay. Also, I need to describe narratively where you guys are at, so you guys can describe narratively what you do to the scene with your bending and whatnot. So you guys are at the entrance to the mine. The mine is built into a small hill. It's still a good sized hill, but it's small for Earth Kingdom hills. The entrance is carved perfectly. Again, it's obviously made by earthbenders, so everything is just blocked out as if the ground moved for them. Surprise, surprise, earthbenders. There are carts and wagons of various materials kind of all over the place. The one thing you don't see is any crystals in these carts. This is all regular rocks and stuff. The ground itself is dusty and airy from people constantly walking in and out with dirt and other things. And you guys feel a slight draft from the inside. Again, the other group that is kind of just watching is standing like almost like a guard in front of the entrance to the cave. You guys came from a small, it wasn't a valley, but like a walking path that leads to the town that you were just in. And that's where the other two groups are coming up behind you. Again, full of rocks and other things kind of there. So you, Earthbender, this is a great spot for you. For you other Yahoos, specifically our Waterbender, there's not many sources of water for you to bend. For our non-existent Airbender, you can breathe.
Yay!
But anyway, just that's the narrative description to kind of give you an idea of what you're stepping in. So they've done their stuff. So they did defend a maneuver. So they get their automatic thing because that's what they are. They are going to. Sorry, I gotta check their balancing stuff because NPCs, right? Okay, so they get one whole condition currently. You would call this a small group of NPCs, just BT dubs. And they are going to. They're doing defensive stuff. Sorry. They're going to retaliate. So they're going to steal themselves from blows. Each time a foe inflicts fatigue condition, they shift their balance or shifts their balance to this exchange. They inflict one fatigue to that foe. So basically, whoever hits them is taking some damage as they hurl rocks at anything that comes their way, as they're kind of in a defensive circle now that they are quite overwhelmed. So that is all the defensive guys. Now it is up to the attacky boy. Attacky attack.
So I roll my 2d6,
Yes.
and then that determines if I can do cool
so
things.
You are rolling with passion.
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
And since I've already used force once, I'm at a -1 + 2.
That sounds right.
Okay. Oof. Okay. So I got a 5.
Total. That's unfortunate. That means you miss.
Okay. Narratively, I pick up a shovel and I attempt to jump into the fray and hit somebody over the head with a shovel.
They nimbly.
As I am fighting earthbenders, so obviously I need a shovel.
You are readily evaded. It's now time for the evade and observe, and there's 3 groups of this. So NPCs and our 2 players. So we're gonna start with Iron and then go to Frozen.
My turn?
For now.
Okay.
And the fate.
I am going to bolster.
Bolster. Ooh.
No, you have to roll first.
Yes.
Oh, right. I forgot. Where's my d6? There it is. Sorry, the way things go is weird in this one.
You're okay. Don't worry about it.
9.
9. All right. So that means you get to do one thing. So
Okay, yeah, still gonna do bolster.
okay, and you also gain back 1 fatigue, but obviously you're not hurt, so it doesn't really matter. So what does bolster do?
I can aid or impede a character or inflict an appropriate status.
Okay, so it's bolster or hinder. So what do you do narratively? What are you doing with this bolstering or aiding? Are you helping an ally or are you hurting the enemy?
I'm going to. Can you describe like the area around us? I assume we went down
No,
a bit.
you have not.
So
You
I
have
mean,
not made it into the mine yet. You're on the outsides of the mines currently.
okay. Is it still like? I'm going to look around and spot a nearby like gross puddle.
Like
Just like
I told you before, there's not a lot of water here.
okay, fine.
You are out of your element quite handily.
Pull out your water bottle.
What?
I didn't hear what
Pull
you
out
said.
his
either.
water bottle, like what's her name did.
Oh yeah, the water skin.
Okay.
Then let's do it like. Well, I don't have to do it a bending thing. Okay, so I'm gonna do it this way.
Listening?
I'm. You were saying something?
No, I said I'm listening.
So I am gonna be using the water skin because I feel like that's probably just something that experience says this is a good idea. So I'm gonna pull out the water skin and I'm going to like wave my hands, and so the water is going to like splash over the ground, get little bits of like sediment in it, kind of,
Okay.
before moving and motioning it, and it just like splashes into someone's face, getting what is essentially like pocket sand, but with water now.
Rude. Okay. So you have
Pocket
success.
mud.
Pocket mud. I'm going to give the enemies that you hit with that the impaired condition. I think that's the most appropriate condition. So they will have to resolve that at the end of this exchange. But you've given them the impaired.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
That did not cause damage, nor did it change their balance whatsoever. At least not yet. So they don't get to activate the retaliate.
Thing I missed. Whew.
All right, next on
Good
our
thing.
evade and observe is our other player, Aaron.
You mean Frozen?
Frozen, sorry.
We don't sound that much alike.
No, don't mind me. Eventually, I'll just call you by your character names, and life will be good.
It's gonna take some time.
Yeah,
My name's Long John.
you know how hard it is not to call you just Waylon the entire time. You get so good at that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So first things first is roll.
I did. I have a 9.
Okay, so you get to do one technique. And
All right.
And you get one fatigue taken off. So you know how you had to take 3 earlier? You get to remove one of them.
All right. And I'm going to aid.
There is no aid.
I'm going to bolster. Sorry,
Okay.
bolster.
All right, so you're going to help somebody? Yourself? Your allies? What are you doing?
I'm going to help my allies, and I'm going to see if I can give them. I was thinking about this, and then my brain went, wee, squirrel. Crap. Yeah, so I'm gonna aid. I'm gonna aid an ally, and I'm going to, man, I want to try to inspire him.
Okay. So you're going to try and inspire him. How do you try to? And who are you inspiring? Are you inspiring the group of yahoos that we're dealing with, or one of your allies? I mean, they're your allies too, but I mean, like one of the other players.
The Yahoos.
Okay, which one of your yahoos?
Whoever is closest to me.
I would say. Well, I mean, they're all pretty equidistant, so I'm going to roll for it. Give me a second. Ah, the defender. So that would be Kwang.
No, not my Yahoos.
Like he's talking about the drunk people.
Oh, those yahoos. Yes, then you affect all of them because they're an NPC mob. So you're going to inspire them. Okay.
Yes. I'm gonna steal a line from one of my favorite crappy movies. You ready?
Super ready.
I'm gonna shout at the top of my lungs. Come on, you apes! Do you want to live forever?
Solid choice. I approve. So as you do so, they are inspired, which allows them, where they can clear this inspired to shift their balance towards the principle of their choice. That's what inspired does. So if they get their balance shifted, they can burn that at the end of the exchange to do so, which for them would be good, because they can shift it forward one to make themselves more powerful. And that gives them extra techniques and all kinds of other fun stuff. It is now their turn. So first things first, they get to roll. Just kidding, NPCs don't roll, they just get a number of techniques plus one. Actually, that's not true. No, definitely take that back. So it means they always hit. That's rough. See here. So they are going to test balance. So they're going to mark one fatigue to challenge an engaged foe's balance. They ask what their principle is, and they must answer honestly. Since this is NPCs, you don't actually get to know. Just know that those guys look like their balance have been shifted in a negative direction for them.
Woot.
And they're going to burn your... So that is the end of the thing, which means they get to resolve all the stuff. So they're going to burn their inspired or clear their inspired and shift a positive towards their passion. And these guys are going to get rid of their impaired. So they're going to take... -1 to their fatigue because they only have one action that would basically stun them. So they're going to take a -1 to their fatigue, which for them, if we look at our handy dandy group here, okay, they're still all there, but they look injured. Okay.
Back to the top of initiative? Question mark.
More or less, yes. So that was the first exchange. So you guys have the choice here. Let me go to my list here. No one was taken out. No PCs were taken out, so don't worry about that. There's no requirements to go right into another exchange. If multiple combatants want to keep fighting, you guys can keep fighting, or you could step back. Obviously, they're still fighting. So, would you guys like to continue?
Yes.
All right, you guys continue. Same thing as before. I'm going to pull their cards. Now, I have a question for you guys, just from a player DM perspective. Would you like me to randomly pull their cards, or do what I think is the most appropriate, like for narrative reasons? Do you want it to be a little bit more up to chance for the NPC stuff, or do you want it to be like for sure, like they are trying to do something, or should it just be like characters that know what the heck they're doing are that, and then random mobs or yahoos get the draw? I'm okay with either, but I would just want to know what you would prefer as players.
Since this is a very role play narrative based game, I would say go with the narrative.
Yeah, give the DM a little bit more freedom so you can kind of half adjust.
Okay, easy peasy. All right.
I mean, the way I'm understanding it, it's straight up just you set down what you are gonna have them do stance wise, and then you'll set down what they're gonna actually do. So you just pick one of the 3 stances for the group, and then you can kind of adjust which of the 3 actions you want them to actually do.
All right. And then the other group comes into combat distance with you guys. So they have engaged. And the 2 behind you are catching up. You would assume you have a couple more engagements. Now, again, engagement isn't like 6 seconds worth of fighting. That could have been like 4 or 5 minutes of you guys fighting them off for a couple seconds. The shovel.
So are these new people friends or enemies?
They definitely look like bad guys. They were the ones in front of the tomb, or not tomb. Sorry, the mines.
Okay.
So they look like they are on par or friends with the people that you were fighting. Basically, they
So
just saw 4 dudes roll up and were like, "Hey, now the numbers are even again," and they came up to help.
So would you say we're against a powerful foe?
You're outnumbered now, for sure. So they're number-wise stronger than you.
All right, that works.
Okay. You guys gonna pick your stances?
Yes.
I believe
Alright.
it's Quan's turn to pick stance.
Kwong, you're first.
Yeah, I'm. Hmm. I'm trying to think if there's like an area of effect kind of deal because, like you said, the numbers are a lot.
So because you're fighting a group, I'm counting them all as one thing. They're not individuals, so it's not like fighting NPCs in D&D where you have to worry about the thing. You are hitting an entire group of 5 people with your rock bending when you're in this exchange.
Oh,
So you don't have to worry about
okay.
AoE or stuff like that. But you can only affect one group at a time. That's why
Right.
they're split up by
So
the
I
numbers.
would
So
do evade and observe in that
okay.
case.
So we're gonna put you on the handy dandy paper. All right. Next up, Fireboy, Monk or Airboy, Shovel Master.
Ha! Yes. I am going to attempt to do the advance and attack.
Okay, trying to fight again. Jumping down to Frozen.
I'm also going to advance and attack.
Probably a smart choice because you guys are getting outnumbered quickly. And last but not least, Iron.
Hmm. Uh, let's do advance and attack. Why not?
All right. You guys are aggressive this round. I like it. So now I get to reveal the NPC's choices. So these guys are going to evade observe and kind of see what the heck you guys are doing. The other enemies are doing an advance and attack. And the other enemies are also doing it, or your allies are doing advance. It's a lot of. We decided to stop playing around and get serious this round, apparently.
Yeah, no, fists are gonna be fun.
Okay, so no one is defending. There's 0 defending this round. Y'all just said we're either dodging or punching. There is no blocking. So, like I said before, NPCs go after players. So, same order. Shovelman, you're first.
I'm going to go and grab a nearby pickaxe and plunge it behind one of the support beams.
Wait.
Uh,
Time out. You have
What
to roll
support
Okay.
beams?
first.
my bad.
Also, there are no support beams.
This is a mine. What the?
We're not in the mine
Oh,
yet.
we're
We're
not
outside
in the
the
mine. Dang
mine.
it.
You're in an.
Dang
Am I the
it.
only one paying attention to the
Okay.
descriptions?
No, it's just, I
You
keep
don't-
on thinking we're in a mine.
No, you are in front of a mine. You're outside a mine. That's the other half of
Okay.
the adventure is getting inside the mine.
So I'm at a +2, -1, so +1. So I got an 11.
11. All right, so that means you can use a learn technique, or you could spend an extra fatigue and learn. You spend a fatigue and use a learn technique, or yes, you can use a practice technique, or you can do 2 basic or mastered techniques. Oh,
2
also
mastered.
yeah. Yep.
I'm trying to figure out what the other mastered technique is because I have the stand and fight as one of mine.
Okay, so if we look at your chart here on our Google thing, the secondary mastered ability that you have is Boom,
Oh.
which is
Ah,
relatively appropriate for the
perfect.
conversation that we're having currently.
Can I do 2 booms?
Let me look.
Don't know what the boom does, so
You smell a small prepared explosive into the mist of foes. Mark 2 fatigue or clear are prepared to toss the explosive into your enemy's mist. Someone in range, including allies in the air, must either mark 3 fatigue or dive away, or mark a condition to become stunned. Or mark a condition and become stunned, their choice.
are you trying to kill
So
them?
you
So
or
I'm gonna pick up a nearby piece of TNT or whatever, light it up, and hunk it at the new guys who are not currently in our AO yet, because it hasn't been their turn.
Alright, so you're gonna take 2
Okay.
fatigue to do this because you haven't prepared this at all?
Yep.
Now, just as a question or a note or whatever, are you sure you don't want to do one of the other basic techniques to get yourself prepared or do some more damage before you blind and hurt everyone? Because everyone is in the engagement is going to have to make a save.
I thought these were new people. Like they were like walking in behind us.
You
So I'm like
use
tossing it behind us.
okay, so the people behind us aren't in the engagement yet. There's 2 groups of enemies that you're throwing at, but you will be hitting all of your allies, the other 4 Yahoos, and the other 9 enemies with this explosion because we are all
I do
in
not want
cahoots.
to hit any of our drunk guys or any of the people we've been fighting.
I
The
understand.
new people who are coming in.
I understand. It is not a choice.
Okay.
The other people are not part of the engagement.
So since I have 2 master actions or whatever, can I use one of the master actions to make it so it doesn't hurt our people?
No, that's not how the master actions work. I mean, unless you have another master action that reduces the explosion of boom.
I'm just trying to figure out like why
I
people
mean,
behind
you
us.
said you were tossing it at the people who weren't over here, so
Yeah, like I was saying, like I was tossing it at the people not around us, so I don't know why we would get affected.
Because they are not in this fight yet. They are not in range of your explosives. They could be a half a mile away. Right? They are not fighting you currently.
Okay, then I guess I take my action or whatever to prepare it to light and throw whenever they are.
Okay, so that's not how that works.
I don't get it.
I understand. I understand. So you're using an advance and attack things, right? So in the advance and attacks techniques, right? You have some choices. If I can pull it up here.
You got strike,
Uh-huh.
pressure, smash as the basic ones.
Those are the 3 that you can do as a basic one. And then your mastered techniques are whatever's on your character roll sheet, right? You have that one. And then boom, right? And boom is the grenade one. It would be great if you were fighting this group all on your own, right? Because you don't take the effects of boom. But since you have allies and all your friends all gathered in this group to fight these guys together, they're all within range is the issue. So if you were split off in other groups, right? If you were one-on-oneing this other group instead of them all
Okay, then I want to one-on-one the other group.
Okay, so that would be you would have to seize a position, right? Which is a whole different thing that takes another stance, which is under the defend and maneuver.
Um,
And you've already picked the advance and attack thing. So
which I chose specifically because you mentioned the other people entered the fight.
Yes, these people. The other group that came in. There are other people coming, right? So this is basically one group, but they're split up into 2 things because you're not going to murder 9 people with 1 attack. Right? They are 2 statted groups.
Yeah.
And again, specifically the reason this is such a pain is because Boom specifically says including allies in the area, right? If it didn't have that wording, it'd be fine. I'd totally get what you're trying to do. But because of the wording of the thing, you're going to affect the allies as well.
Yeah. I would have never chose that if it meant that every time I use it, I kill our allies.
So in the future, this just means don't gang up on a single group, right? If you're gonna use this, you're gonna split off by yourself and deal with a group of people on your own, or a single individual, or whatever, right? Because these engagements, you guys can split up. Again, the maneuver and engage, you can literally move yourself to a different position to where you're only affecting a specific group of people. You didn't pick that. You all get ganged up on the Yahoos.
Boom would have been okay in the last turn, right?
Well, I mean, it still would have hit all you guys, and it would have only hit that one group.
Oh,
Instead, it's
okay.
hitting everybody. No one's getting out of
Oh.
the thing. If he had been all by himself, right, it would then just be hitting these people. If he had moved and engaged and was like, I'm over here, so I'm not connected to the rest of these Yahoos, and I'm only engaging with these Yahoos, we split off, you know what I mean? Then the bomb would only affect these 5 dudes instead of everyone in the group, right? But the way you guys narratively described coming in and rushing together is how that is. You guys are too close together for the boom to be effective. I would suggest.
Yeah, I get that if I was attacking the people who were here.
Yeah, we're surrounded, so.
Yeah.
You might.
So I guess I'll do stand and fight then, and provoke whoever the boss is of these bad guys.
Oh, is stand and fight one of your learned abilities?
It's my mastered ability.
Oh, wait, your mastered ability. Oh, it's from your character thing. Okay, what does it do? Tell me.
When you provoke an NPC opponent into attacking you, roll with passion on hit. They're coming at you specifically. On a 10+, you're ready for them in clear condition,
Okay,
or
I gotta ask and make sure. Does that ability, or whatever you want to call it, is what category is it under?
It's under my main character.
Yeah.
So is
A
it a
hammer.
move or a combat technique?
No. Is it? They're all techniques. Is it defend and maneuver, attack and whatnot, or here? Let me
Evade
find your
and
character.
observe. Which one is that?
It's literally in its moves category.
Yes, right underneath the
Yeah,
word
but
moves, there
combat
should be a thing.
exchange.
It should say what it is.
It says stand and fight.
Okay, give me a second. I will find it on the character sheet.
It's on the
it's not a
hammer
combat
page.
technique. It's on the front sheet. It's one of his moves.
Yes. Hold on. It's one of his moves. Okay, and you're the hammer, right?
Yes, it's the
Okay.
very bottom one.
Okay, so we're in combat, so you can't use that. Moves and techniques are different. Sorry. You could do overpowered because that's one of the ones that you have. I'm listening.
No, it's not.
What? Why couldn't he use a move?
When you provoke an NPC opponent into attacking you, roll with passion. On a hit, they are coming at you specifically. On a 10+, you are ready for them. Clear a condition, become prepared. On a miss, they take the advantage of your provocate. Okay, I take that back. That might actually work for this one. I feel like this should be done outside of combat, so like this is something you would start things with.
Well, no. I mean, I see where you're coming from, but he's provoking in combat. That should be something he should be allowed to do in combat.
Yeah, because you guys are all together. That I'm all out this time. So yeah, the issue is again, moves and techniques are different. You're not supposed to be using moves, but like if you do comprehend your foe, right? When you use a defend and maneuver against a foe with balance principle, you may mark a fatigued roll with creativity instead of focus. So like it calls out when he's doing that. Where it's a stand and fight, it's when you provoke an NPC into attacking you. So younger, what about doing something like overpower, right? Because that's an advance and attack.
I don't even see that as a
So it's
option.
Your hammer's fighting technique, the specialty one that's on their book. It's a master technique. If you look at the second page or whatever, right across from looks, underneath the word fighting techniques, you'll see the thing that says overpower. It's advance and attack. Throw a punch with all your weight behind it. Mark 3 fatigue to inflict stunned on an engaged foe. And you could pick one of the two groups, and then they would gain the stun condition.
I'll guess I'll do. I'll do overpower on the group that's being mauled.
That's being what? Sorry.
The one that our drunk friends are fighting.
Okay, so they are now stunned, which is going to be important when it gets to their turn. You still have a secondary technique that you can use. Would you like to do like just a strike or something simple, one of the basic ones? So there's strike, pressure, or smash, right? If you,
I will do strike.
okay, so how do you strike them? What do you do?
I take the shovel and I hit them all directly in the shin.
Okay, now do you want to take a fatigue to guarantee that they're going to take 2 fatigue?
I believe they're stunned. So
Oh, they are stunned, yes, but that just means they can't do their stuff. So they get to choose the outcome of your strike, or you can take a fatigue to guarantee a 2 fatigue or a condition. So basically, you could go past their shields if you really wanted to.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
All right, so you mark another fatigue on your character, and they take a condition, which for them is the only condition they have, which is super important because, oof.
So what does stunned do to them totally? It makes you caught off guard. You can't act or respond for a few seconds until you steady yourself.
Correct. So that means for this engagement, they can't do anything. Basically, you've locked them out of combat. Which is super important because the rest of your team is about to punch them in the face and knock them out. So they have 3 conditions as a small mob and 5 fatigue. They already had some fatigue missing from fighting the group before you guys showed up. So they're at where they're at. But they are not looking good after you just smash one of them in the face with your shovel of doom. Or several of them.
Yeah,
with the
that'd
shovel
do
of
it.
doom. Sorry, I know this is different, and I apologize. It's just very, very more about the roleplay than the what the numbers mean, which seems silly, but we'll get past it. I swear. So, that's your turn. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right, cool beans. Move it on to our next attacker, Frozen.
Me?
You. So you know that these guys have at least a condition, and you're pretty sure they have some fatigue. You can see it on their face.
Okay. And you already said that you considered this a powerful foe.
This group of people that you're fighting, yes.
Excellent. That matters.
Okay. So I should clarify for whatever you're trying to do. Explain what you're trying to do so I can see if it
Okay.
applies.
So, under my moves,
Uh-huh.
I have one that I chose called Use Their Momentum. When you are engaged with a large or powerful foe, mark fatigue to advance an attack with focus instead of passion.
Oh, then
If you
yes.
do, you become prepared and may also choose to use retaliate as if it were an advanced and attack technique.
Fantastic. Yeah, this is totally a perfect time because you are outnumbered quite thoroughly because of the other yahoos that are coming behind you.
Perfect. So that means I get to roll with focus, giving me a +2 to whatever I roll.
Solid. So roll your stuff.
Only a 9.
Unfortunate. So you get to pick one technique.
One basic or
One basic or mastered.
or because because I'm using my move, I can take retaliate as an advance and attack. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to retaliate, stealing myself for blows. Each time a foe inflicts fatigue, a condition, or shifts my balance in this exchange, they will inflict I inflict 1 fatigue on that foe.
Okay, now I'm just going to put this out there. Is there a reason why you wouldn't do an attack move now? I know you used your your stuff to activate everything.
Yeah, I missed that the other group was just evading and observing, not advancing.
Yeah.
So you're right. My bad.
I
In
would
that
suggest
case,
retcounting all of that to get your fatigue back because you really don't need to use it for what you're using now currently.
yep.
Because
In
that would
that
still put you
case,
at a
I'm
7.
going to flame knives.
Okay, cool. How many
So
fatigue are you taking?
I'm gonna mark 2 fatigue. Nah,
Okay.
you know what? To hell with it. I'm gonna go all in and go for 3 fatigue.
3 fatigue. He's got 3 flaming knives above his head, ready to stab people.
Uh,
I forget,
click
what
fatigue.
weapon do you use for your stuff?
I use a bow actually.
So you see him prep 3 flaming arrows. Prepare yourselves. Okay.
And
Listening?
what?
Anything
Oh,
else?
yeah. So I'm going to take my flaming arrows and I'm actually going to shoot into this group that's stunned. Because if I can knock a few of them out.
Don't have you used your technique to get the arrows ready.
Oh, I see. I was misreading that. I was skipping the lose one after each exchange, after this one. My bad.
Yep.
That's it. I'm done.
Okay. Last but not least on the attacky for our players, Iron. Waterbender of Doom. God.
Yep. Sorry, fading.
You're good.
Gonna whip around. I'm just gonna keep this nice and simple. I'm just using strike.
Well, roll your thing first.
I know. It rolled. I should have said that. Sorry.
What'd you roll?
What was it? It was a 9
Okay.
again.
So you get one thing. Cool. You're just doing a strike. Are you attacking the people that are stunned or the other group?
Let's do it with the group that's stunned.
Okay. Cool beans. Do you want to take fatigue and guarantee damage, or let them choose?
Gonna take the 1 fatigue to force the 2 damage.
Okay. So they take 2 extra fatigue. They're looking goosey, loosey.
So they're at -4 fatigue.
Possibly, for sure. Now it's the other attacking, evading NPC's turn. They get their 2 actions because they are NPCs and they shifted their passion last time. So yay them. They are
Do they go before I do?
Yes, because all the attack and advance and attacks go before the evade and observes.
Sorry.
So
Okay.
you're good. I got you. So they're gonna do 2 strikes, chop, and they're going to do it on the stunned yahoos both times. They will take fatigues to do so, but they take 4 fatigue, so they're beat up after this. But they put the enemies out of fatigue and add 2 conditions, finishing them off.
I have a question.
I have an answer.
Since the enemies were at -2 fatigue for me,
Oh, sorry, they're still there technically, but they're
then
down.
they were at -2 fatigue for Iron. Wouldn't our allies only need to do 1 guaranteed fatigue hit to make sure that they were below -5 fatigue?
So they then have to go through the conditions. So once you run out of fatigue, you start losing conditions, and once you hit all 5 conditions, you're out. They actually have 8, not 10.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so with the ones they've already taken, and plus the damage they took, so on and so forth, they're technically at 9 damage, but that's not a thing. So they're just down and out. They got beat up. So as the other groups are surprise earthbenders, they hurl rocks at these guys, pelting them hard and hard. And 1 or 2 of them stands up for one more time, and the group finishes them off with a wave of dust, just crushing them. Now it's time for the evade and observe, starting with our player, Quan. Would you like to roll, please? Using your handy dandy creativity or harmony?
I went with creativity ignorantly. It has a -1, but it tallies out to 0, I guess. So
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know, but I rolled a 10, so
Okay, so 10 plus,
full
you
hit
can
there.
either burn a fatigue to use one of your learned techniques and turn it into a practice technique, or you can use 2 basic / master techniques, or a practice technique, which I don't think you have any practice yet. So
I don't have any practiced. Yeah, can I do a mix of a master and a basic technique?
yeah, of course, yeah, because
Okay,
you
cool.
get 2 of them, so it doesn't matter.
So step 1, I want to do test balance.
Okay.
So mark 1 fatigue to challenge an engaged foe's balance. Ask what their principle is. They must answer honestly. If you already know their principle, instead, shift their balance away from center by questioning or challenging their beliefs or perspective.
Okay, so you don't know their
So,
principle yet because you haven't fought them, but
right.
their principle is get paid.
Oh. Yeah, so Kwong would have like told them, why are you fighting 2 o'clock in the morning in the middle of the street? People are trying to sleep,
It's not quite the middle of the street,
and
but I
they say
understand.
that they're trying to get paid.
Yes, something along those lines. Now you could do that
That's a
again,
stupid reason.
or you can use one of your mastered abilities.
If I do that again, now that I know their principle,
Mm-hmm.
it would, like you said, shift them away in their balance. Is that a form of combat conclusion?
Yes and no. So let me pull up what happens when you guys burn someone out of their after their balance, because it's a pain. So losing your balance.
Right.
If your balance shifts past the end of your track, you lose your balance. You obsess over what principle to agree is healthy, blah, 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 blah. You choose one of the following: give or submit to your opponent, lose control of yourself in a destructive or harmful way, take an extreme action with the principle, then flee. Afterwards, when you've had some time to recover, shift yourself, blah, blah, blah. So, yes, it can have them submit. So,
Okay.
and they're
But
already
also,
shifted down to their lowest thing, so one more is going to demoralize them, essentially.
and conclude their participation in the combat?
Uh, Most likely. I mean, they get to pick whatever this is.
Oh, right. Because I know that the rest of my party is doing this in a fatigue style.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but actually, if I do test balance again, that's going to be 2 fatigue against them with the balance principle shift. I like that. Yeah.
Except for
So
you're the one
I
taking
would.
fatigue.
Oh,
You mark
I'm
one fatigue.
eating these.
Yeah, so remember, you get
Oops.
every time you do evade observe, you clear one fatigue on your side. So basically, when you do this normally, it kind of cancels each other out. And then if you do it again, then you're taking
Uh,
negatives.
okay. So I'm doing it. So I have -1 in the moment. And
Uh-huh.
if I test balance, it'll remove the one I just picked up and then add one. So net 1.
Yeah, in the negatives.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So I have -1 because of my test balance. And if I test balance again, it will clear my previous fatigue.
No,
No.
no, no, no. Other way, other way. So you mark one fatigue to use it, right?
Yeah.
When you start your evade and observe, you get to clear one fatigue when you do your roll initially. So if you had one already, it would have been gone. If you didn't have any, it doesn't do anything helpful for you. And then once you do test
Oh,
balance, you mark another one, and then if you do it again, you mark another one again. And so since you've done the balance to mark the first one to learn their thing, you then have to come back and choose, hey, do I want to do it again, and like call them out for being greedy or something along those lines that has to do with money. Because it allows you to
so
shift away from center. And since they don't really have a center, they did, because they're NPCs, they have pluses, minuses, whatever.
Uh, can I
okay.
offer a suggestion?
Of course.
Um, could he utilize the bolster or hinder ability from the evade and observe and inflict an appropriate negative status ailment on a group, such as um, trapped? You're completely helpless. You must mark a combination of 3 conditions or fatigue to escape.
If
So
that
he can trap.
If
the guys who are almost dead.
if that would be appropriate, yeah. I mean, they're not almost dead. They're relatively healthy. So his going for their balance is actually probably the most effective way to get them to do something. But it doesn't guarantee they'll
Right.
surrender.
Right. Okay. So, yeah, I think I like the double test balance
Okay.
here.
So they've already been shifted once, twice, and you're going to shift them away from being greedy. So it'll put them at the -0. So they don't have a -0 because they only have retribution in one way, or in this case, greed in one way. So basically, the more hungry they get for money, the stronger they are. Is the easiest way to think about it. Yeah, so now they get to choose the thing that happens to them. So, pull it up here, sorry. Where'd you go? I miss you so. There's too many things. Here it is. They're going to submit to the opposition. Something along the lines of, we're not getting paid enough for this. So, that is the end of the exchange because they're going to submit. And even if whatever they do for their evade and observe isn't going to matter because they've already been taken out more or less. So give me 10 seconds to make sure I'm doing that right. Again, we're still working on this. All right. All characters who lost their balance were taken. Okay, so they've lost their balance, but that doesn't resolve yet. They still get their turn. So they get to heal 1 fatigue because they did evade and observe. And then they are going to see, this is where they could commit and save themselves. So that's what they're going to do. So you guys get to see NPCs do this. So they're going to recenter themselves amidst the fray. Shift your balance one towards your principles. The next time you live up to that principle, do not mark a fatigue. So not super important for them. But they initially were going to run off, and one of their dudes were like, no, they're paying us enough. Get your asses back here. Now, the combat or encounter finishes. This group goes away. They're gone. Congratulations. You've defeated one of the enemies. And then...
Yay!
Now, it
I
is...
just told them to stop it. They're not getting paid enough, and they're like, okay.
That's
We're not
reasonable.
getting paid enough.
Just
Let's go
stupid.
home.
Someone's like, no,
Alright.
they're paying us good money. Remember your mom? They talked about mom, dang it. Alright, so we're pulling these off. Now, the next group of enemies shows up, and it is a singular man. He, on the other, from what you guys can tell, is using a long-ranged weapon to pew-pew at you guys.
Wait, he's attacking us?
Uh-huh.
I
Specifically...
thought they were allies behind us.
Nope, they are not these guys over here are not your friends. Specifically, he is calling out... which one of you is he going to attack?
The strangers. The hooligans who are normally fighting.
100%. I rolled a 2. I gave them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's attacking the Yahoos, which won't affect you guys. Now, as a note for our other long-range characters, wink, wink, smiley face, Frozen, you can move to a position that allows you to attack at range because you have a ranged weapon.
Grenades are ranged weapons.
You're right.
Last time we did that, we almost died. Let's not.
Well, again, it was the.
I'm just saying, he's like, your description of me using a grenade is holding it in my hand.
So, yes, essentially. Look, I get it. It's dumb, but that's how the description is applied.
I believe it's wherever the grenade lands. If I throw it far away, it affects who's ever in that area. If it's near me, it affects me.
The issue is the group is near you guys. They're mixed in fighting you guys. So if you throw it at the groups, you're not just hitting, you know what I mean? It's 4 people that are fighting us currently. You know what I mean?
Even though like there's gaps on the map, you have to imagine that we're all intermingled here. It's not that there's space in between us, it's that we're all
Here,
clumped up fighting together.
that make you feel better?
No, my biggest issue is I can't see his goddamn map, and I can see everybody else's
Oh.
shit.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's probably very annoying. I apologize, friend. So, enemy or NPCs are picking their stuff first. Bam.
It's like a
Bam.
fight scene where we're all like 10 feet away from each other.
I don't even think it'd be that far away. You know what I mean? All right. I have the NPCs that are in this engagement ready to go. Both your ally NPCs are not doing great, and the people that you've already fought are demoralized, but other than that, relatively healthy. So if you guys give them the super negatives. I feel like I'm doing that wrong because again, they're the way they have it set up. They don't have two ways; it's just one direction, which would mean at the moment they'd be at a +2 instead of a negatives. But we'll figure it out. Next, top of the order, you guys get to pick your stance.
Okay.
Kwang, you're first.
Well,
Hello.
More evade and observe from me.
Okay, cool. And that'll clear fatigue when you start your round, so that'll be good. All right, Younger.
I am going to evade and observe.
Okay. You sure you don't want to defend and maneuver so you can get to a better position?
I am certain because it doesn't matter.
Okay. All right, you are on. If I could find the right symbol, there you go.
It's ominous.
Aim
I'm going to continue with my advance and attack.
Okay, Iron.
I'm still doing fairly good, so like I've only taken the one fatigue from last time. So I think I'm gonna advance and attack again, yeah.
Okay. So, I revealed the NPCs. One's advancing and attacking. One is defending and maneuvering, and the last is attacking and advancing. So, with these movements, the only people that are defending and maneuvering are those guys. So they get to do 3 things. It just seems ridiculous. I'm still thinking they have to roll to hit. I'm gonna roll to hit. That's unfair, guys. I feel like they should be able to miss too. Doesn't matter. 10, baby. All right. So, 10 plus 7 minus doesn't matter for NPCs. Is all that means. They get their 3 things because their balance rating is at a 2, and they did the defend and whatnot. So they are going to ready, which will give them another fatigue. But they are going to prepare what looks to be moving stuff into things in positions. They are going to retaliate, which is part of their prepared. And then they are going to disengage from the U group of yahoos and move over to their friend.
Can they disengage when we are standing on top of their friends?
Correct. With the seize a position, move into a new location, engage or disengage with the foe, overcome a negative status or danger, establish an advantageous position, or escape the scene. Any foe engaged with you can mark 1 fatigue to block this technique, so any of you can burn one of your fatigues to stop them from moving if you would like.
What happens if we go to use all of our fatigue?
So you have to be
you
able
go
to.
unconscious.
No. You have to burn all your fatigue and all of your conditions. And to use some of your abilities, you use fatigue to activate them. If you can't use a technique that says you know what I mean? You can't, if you can't spend the thing, you can't use the thing. There's no going into the negatives for it. So once you
Okay,
you
well-
run out of fatigue, you can't do the stuff that requires it.
I will use my last fatigue to stop them from getting any bonuses.
Okay. So they do not get to move. Just kidding. They're going to burn their prepared, so they can continue their movement. As they throw one of the carts in the way, as you try to whack them with the shovel, they go aha and slip over to their friend. So that is it.
Okay, so now we.
It is now the
Who's
attack.
next?
It is now the advanced and attack squad. And obviously we're starting with our teammates, so it's between Iron and Frozen. Whoever would like to go first. The issue being is there is no one in range for Iron at least. Frozen, you have a ranged weapon, so you have a little bit of an advantage here.
Yep. And you said that I could move to. Well, I guess I don't need to now.
Correct. Yeah, because they backed off, so you can now effectively use your ranged weapon to target one of the two of them. You can't hit both, obviously.
Okay. And I know we just talked about this, but when you max out your fatigue, you get a condition, and then your fatigue resets.
No,
Okay.
it stays full. I mean, basically every time you take damage
Oof.
from here on out, you take a condition. Now you could take 3 fatigue from a effect and then gain, a single whatchamacallit, a condition. But there are some moves and techniques that make you take multiple conditions.
Okay.
And if you can't pay the fatigue price, you have to pay the condition price.
Okay. So just to clarify, you can max out your fatigue,
Mhm.
and then the next time you would take fatigue, you take a condition.
As long as you're not spending it to like use an ability or something like that, yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll.
Okay.
Ooh, 11.
Okay. So you can use a learn technique or 2 basic techniques. You don't have any practice techniques yet.
Nope.
What are your learn techniques? I'm really curious. Let me look at your character really quick.
The only learn technique I have is arc lightning.
Oh man, if they were close, that would have been the best time to use it.
Yeah, it's okay though. Because what I'm gonna do is for my first um for my first action,
Mhm.
I'm gonna strike, and I'm gonna mark 1 fatigue
Okay.
to hammer my opponent with blows, forcing them to mark 2 fatigue or strike where they are weak, inflicting a condition.
Okay. Who
And
are
I
you
would
shooting
like
at?
to aim for this one-man army guy,
Okay.
and I'm gonna hammer him and try to stun him.
Okay.
So basically, just unleash all of these arrows at him.
Okay, so just to be clear, what are you using that? How are you, I understand you're using a strike, but is the hammer one of your moves?
No, so it's under strike. Strike a foe in reach, forcing them to mark 2 fatigue, mark a condition, or shift their balance away from center of their choice.
Uh-huh.
Mark 1 fatigue to instead choose to hammer them with your blows, forcing them to
Oh,
mark
okay.
2 fatigue, or
Okay.
strike where they are weak, inflicting a condition.
Okay. Cool. They're gonna take a condition. As you shoot your oh, and also you get to add extra fatigue because of your flame arrows.
Oh, I do. When you inflict fatigue or conditions on a foe, inflict an additional 1 fatigue for each remaining flame. Oh, so I don't have to fire all of them. I can fire 1 and get the same benefit.
And
Essentially,
activate all your flame.
no, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't even go away. It just goes down every round, so it's like a timer. It just gets weaker over time. So for 3 rounds, he's got super powerful moves.
Ah,
So give me a second while I pull up this guy. Wow, he has a lot of fatigue. We're not going to use that NPC. Here's an appropriate one. So, yeah. So basically, he's either going to take 3 conditions or 5 fatigue. Shite. That's a shit choice for him. He's going to take all 3 conditions. So now he's angry, afraid, and foolish.
All right, I'm down for it.
So what that means for you guys, just so you guys know what happens when you take those conditions, right? When you're afraid, you run from danger or difficulty. Oh, sorry, that's the clearing conditions. Where are the actual statuses?
So when he's afraid, he gets a -2 to intimidate and call someone out.
Yep.
If he's angry, he gets a -2 to guide and comfort and assess the situation. And you said the other one was troubled. He's troubled.
Foolish. I don't
Foolish isn't listed here.
It's one of the NPC ones, so he makes
Oh.
dumb choices. Okay, yeah, that's it. So
All right. And then for my second one, and you included the extra 2 fatigue because he got conditions, right?
yes, well,
Okay.
because you sorry, thing here.
So if I mark a fatigue,
Uh-huh.
I choose if I'm giving him 2 fatigue or strike where he's weak and inflict a condition.
Oh, you.
And
get
if
to
I
pick
inflict
one.
a condition
Oh, okay.
or
So
fatigue,
it's a,
I inflict additional fatigue, flame knives.
gotcha. Okay, so I misunderstood that. So I would still make him mark additional do conditions instead, right? Because it's 1 condition, and then you could have got up to 3, but it doesn't have 3, so he'd just take 2.
Then he takes
I have
then the rest goes
I
to
have
fatigue, right?
No.
I have 2 remaining flames.
Uh-huh.
So he's going to get an additional fatigue for each of those. So he's going to get 2 fatigue and take a condition.
So you should have 3 because this is the start of the first round with your bow and arrow, right? Because the last time you turned it on, so we're not going to take one away at the start of then,
Okay.
right?
So I apologize. My interpretation of this is because I'm using an arrow, I would basically fire one of the arrows, leaving
Yeah.
me
So it's
2.
not a 1-for-1 trade. It is a timer. The more that you have,
Okay. Gotcha.
so like if you were to make 2 strikes this round, you could do however many. I mean, I could be reading it wrong. Let me go to the page and read it myself. Then there will be
It
no
just says
confusion.
hold an equal number of flames, lose 1 flame at the end of each exchange after the one you take it. Oh.
Yeah, at the end of each
Okay.
after
Yep,
this
I
one.
see it now. I see it now.
Wah.
Yeah, you're just superpowering your stuff, right? So like the arrows are
Yeah,
super hot right now, and as your daggers die down, their intensity is not as bad. So
gotcha. So he's going to take 3 fatigue and a condition.
yes,
Okay.
and you're gonna take 1
And
fatigue. There we go. That makes more sense. So he's angry. You've angered him.
awesome.
Okay. Now that we have that cleared,
Okay.
have that power figured out, and so at the end of this exchange, right, you'll be down to 2 arrows, and the one after that is 1, and then it's out.
Yes.
Okay, cool beans.
And then shit, since it's that,
Shoot him again.
I'll just go for another strike. Fuck it.
All right. So, do you want to hammer him again, or do you want him to choose his
Uh
bit?
he can choose either way. He's taking 3 fatigue.
Unless he chooses to shift his center, which
He's advancing and attacking.
yeah, right. He can.
Oh, he can shift his balance away from center. Yep, that's my bad.
Unless you hammer him, which I think for him is honestly the best choice because that gives him pluses. The issue is once
It
he
would, but I would have to take a. I'd
Yeah,
have to
you would
take a
take an
condition.
additional fatigue.
Yes. So, yeah, he's gonna.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll take the condition. I'll take guilty
Okay. So that means
and
you get
hammer him.
an additional 2. So you get to choose. Do you want to hit him with a condition and guarantee at least one condition, or do you want to put it all in fatigue and max out his fatigue? Fatigue. Jeez.
I'm gonna put it all into fatigue.
All right. So
Fuck it. Give him 5 fatigue.
that's super important because now he can't use his. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong character again. But he won't be able to use his techniques, so that's important. Okay.
So much to learn. Sorry for all the viewers.
Yeah, right. It's okay. This is why this is a learn with
this is
us.
a
It's
lot,
worse
man.
than me.
Well, I mean, the entire thing is basically we go round by round, and if we just decide, no, I think we've pretty much made our point, we can just end right there. Like, it doesn't have to go until somebody's dead.
Correct.
We can do it, though.
People don't die. They just get knocked out.
Essentially,
It's
I mean,
a Nickelodeon show.
It's a Nickelodeon show. We're doing
This
the
is
other.
No!
Pokemon.
So
This is
this is Power Worlds. We're being serious
Oh no,
here.
this is not Power Worlds. This is
All right. Jokes aside, let's move it on so we're not taking forever.
yeah. I gotta sleep soon.
Iron.
Iron, you're up.
I know. Did the guy who was defending already get knocked out yet?
No, they just moved their position.
And I'm out of position to smack anyone. So
Correct. Unless you have an appropriate water bending that has good range. Which
not
I don't
really.
I don't think you do.
Can I still just like move without using things?
Nope. So moving and repositioning is under defend and maneuver called seize of position.
Okay. Well then, in that case, I'm going to do. Oh, I have to roll the stance move first. Hold on. That. Okay. I'm going to use Empty Your Mind. During an exchange, after rolling the stance move, you can mark 1 fatigue to select a basic technique from a different approach,
Okay.
i.e., different stance. And I'm going to use.
Wait, would you like to roll first to see how many techniques you can use?
Yeah. That was 10. I got
Okay.
10.
So you get 2. Cool.
Yeah. So I'm going to. Use defend and maneuver because I don't think I can use multiple. Wait.
I mean,
So you get 2 techniques. Using your ability, you can use one basic technique from a different stance.
yeah. So
So
like
Right.
you
you
could
could do seize the position to move and then do strike.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do, and I'm gonna do it on the guys who aren't defending.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna strike,
All right.
and
are you
I
gonna-
am not going to burn the extra one.
Okay. Well, oh man. So if they shift their balance, they become unbalanced. Excuse me. Sorry. If they take a fatigue, they max their fatigue. If they take a condition, they they are at two out of 3 conditions. So they're gonna take the condition this round, I guess. Yeah.
Well, that's 2 out of 3. I did what I could.
So yeah, speaking of that for them, they are angry and insecure.
I'll secure them.
Wink, wink, smiley face. All right, our last attack in advance over here. Oh, sorry, there's 2 more. So we're gonna start with our allies first. Let's see how they roll. Wow, they miss. They don't do jack diddly. I rolled a 2. So that's a lot of sadness. Now for the enemy who is targeting them, or at least that's what we said he was doing originally. Ooh, and since you guys shifted his balance already by 1, he gets pluses, so total of 10. So it doesn't matter for him, he's an NPC. He gets the 2 techniques, and he's attacking. So let's look at our attack. He's going to strike twice against the people that just attacked him. He will take 1 fatigue to do 2 fatigue to put them at max, and then he will let them choose the other, so they will either have to shift their balance and be knocked out of combat, or they will max out their conditions and be knocked out of combat. So doesn't really matter.
I have helped as best as I can.
You did good. If they had evaded this round, they would have been okay. They did
He's
not.
got a rock in a hard place now, so somebody please help.
You see him split an arrow with a knife before firing it, and it hits all 4 people at once.
How does that? What kind of knife is this? Bullshit.
Damn.
It might have been a ruse. It might have been a rock bending technique. That or he's really good with weapons. Anyway, that's the end of the round. So things resolve.
No, it's not. The whole ass turn.
Oh, sorry, the evades. My bad. Fun. You're first.
Wow.
Sorry, there's so many people here.
Okay. So I can't see the screen of what you talked about, but from what I understood was I attacked the hooligans who surrendered, and then you said that the guy went around them, or like went past me to get to them, but I'm still next to them. So
No.
I chose.
No, he's at a distance.
So like
Originally, he said at a distance, but then he said he moved closer.
no, different group.
No, so the other
Sorry.
the other group of 5 that came from the
In front of
mine
mine.
mouth moved over to the 1-man army.
I mean, he's just a dude with a bow, but
Oh, so they moved away from us.
yes, they disengaged.
Yes.
So they're not quote unquote nearby.
Correct.
No.
This might be the time to use. Would have been the time to use boom.
Can I use boom?
No, because you're
I
evading.
don't know why I couldn't have used boom before when you said they were back there, but
Oh, my turn anyway, right?
Yes, yeah. Give
Right.
Yanger 10 seconds to figure out what the heck he's doing. First roll,
Okay.
and both of you need to clear 1 fatigue.
well, I never specified which evaded observe thing I was doing.
Doesn't matter. When you pick evade or observe, you clear 1 fatigue before you roll.
Okay.
I got an 8.
8. Hey, that's still a hit.
Yeah. Any port in a storm, I guess. So, can we visibly see, like, if I look at Tornado, does Tornado look extremely fatigued?
Tornado, do you?
Yes.
Yeah, you guys can tell each other your health and stats and things.
I look like
You're like-
currently I have 1 fatigue. I've used all of it and I just got back 1.
Oh, okay. Right. So you're at like 4 out of 5 burned out.
I'm at like 1 out of 5. I have 1 left.
You guys are saying the same thing. Just for our sake, tell us how much fatigue you have left, not how much you've used, because we all have 5, and to my knowledge, there's not really a way to get more of it.
I have 1 fatigue.
There you go.
Oh, so you're
He's about
in
to
a
go
bad
down.
way.
You're about to pass out.
About to go down. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Really bad.
Queen would run up to Tornado
Mhm.
and instruct you to don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. It's not a problem. Not an issue. Move. Question. In these things where it's like we go, the enemies go, we go, the enemies go, and then that whole set of people conclude, that is a single combat exchange?
Yes, but again, it could be a minute, 5 minutes. It's really just a group of fighting that goes on until there's like a short pause. a breath in the action.
Okay. Got it. Yeah. No, I'm just asking in terms of like the language that's being used here because it asks at the end of every exchange. So with my evade and observe,
Mhm.
after telling Tornado to take heart, I want to bolster,
Okay.
which is to give a appropriate status,
Okay.
and I want to give empowered, which is clear fatigue at the end of every exchange.
Okay, so how are you empowering? What are you using to empower your ally? Because at the moment, there's really nothing that I can think of that would empower him.
Drugs.
I mean, if you gave him a weapon, that might be empowered, or drugs, or something like that. But you guys don't have anything narrative
Oh,
wise
I
that
was
would
saying
be
my spiel.
Yeah.
So I think if you're just trying to talk to him, you could inspire him. But more than likely, you could prepare him by handing him his grenade so it's in his hand. So he doesn't have to burn fatigue.
No,
to
I
use
definitely want to do empowered. So you're saying like
I got you.
your abilities are naturally strong as well. Yeah.
You hand me a swig of water so I can sober up real quick, right?
Or the opposite. What if drunk gets you empowered?
Or yeah.
Go full drunk fist.
You could enrage him. There's all kinds of ways that you could be quote unquote empowered, but generally it is meant to be like waterbenders with the moon aren't empowered. You know what I mean? So if you're just trying to hype him up, the best you could get is inspired. But you could put him in a favored position for him to throw his thing, right? Because that is part of the whatever, right? Favored condition. Again, preparing him so he can burn a prepared status so he can use boom without it affecting him, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it's like I understand Tornado to be a crafter, right? Like an artificer kind of level thing here. So manipulating the elements isn't going to be great. I think some kind of tech angle would be
So
what's
he
necessary.
I'm
he is a
actually
tech guy.
I'm
A weapons guy.
am I the tech? I'm a weapons guy.
He's a weapons expert.
Yeah, well, that's what I was meaning. Language. So is there any way that I can assist you to help you in that endeavor?
You
You can
could
give me
hand
a
him his
sling.
grenade.
Give me a sling to sling my grenade out there. Yeah. Or empowered.
Yeah, I'm looking for empowered. I'm not looking for favored, inspired, or prepared. I'm looking for empowered.
Give me a stiff drink.
Okay.
A smooth drink. Drugs.
There's no like stat for strength, but as a guardian, I'm supposed to be strong. If you're trying to do boomer, the grenade, or whatever, can I just chuck it?
So So again, we go back to the favored, right? You're buoyed by circumstance. Choose an additional basic or master technique in the next exchange, even on a miss. Like you're an earthbender, right? Why don't you just move him to a different position? Right? That's his favorite.
I don't want favored though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he wants to give
very
me a
adamant.
specific
I want to use empowered.
Gotcha.
I'm not
so
looking
that
at the
I
other
can clear my
three.
fatigue.
Right, that's the intention.
Okay, I understand the intention, but I, as someone who is observing the situation, don't understand how you're getting there. Right? You don't get. Again, we go back to the wording of the what you're doing. It's an appropriate status.
Yeah. So that means I basically I can never empower him in the way that our characters synergize.
Yeah. I mean, that's not necessarily true. Again, because it is the abilities are naturally stronger in this moment. Like, what if you covered him with rock or something? You know what I mean? To let his swings hit heavier, or something along those lines. Like you made his shovel extra heavy, so when he hits, it does better. Or something along
Those are
those
my
lines.
abilities then. Yeah, I forget it then. I would rather do metal bindings then.
Okay.
So catch an enemy's limbs in metal you control, they become impaired and cannot remove the status unless they are able to metal bend, or the fight ends while they are impaired, and you are engaged with them, you are favored.
Okay. Cool. You aren't really close to anyone for that though. It's metal bending though, so you can see this archery dude. And you rolled 10 something on this, right?
I rolled an 8.
An 8, so you only get the one thing. Well, is that the things under evade and yeah?
Metal bindings is an invader and observe
Sweet.
combat
Okay.
technique.
No, perfect. I'm just trying to think of what would be the appropriate range for this. There's no other cost. I mean, is there a cost to it besides it being of 80?
Not on the text, unless there's something in the game that would make it have a cost.
I don't think so. Again, range isn't really a helpful thing in this. Earthbending, here we are.
Well, while
Yeah,
Quan's
you know what?
doing
Why
that,
not?
can I speak levels of inspiration towards him?
Sure.
You can make that shot. Go right ahead.
Okay, so
Wrap him up.
So, you are ready to stand for something clear, inspired to shift your balance towards a principle of your choice. Yeah, you're inspired. I'm gonna allow these bindings to hit the dude. So he is trapped, right? Or sorry, not trapped, impaired, right? Yes.
Impaired, yeah.
Okay, which is important because it takes away one of his techniques.
And you get to shift your balance.
Appreciate it. I'm gonna go deeper into self-reliance.
Very, very powerful. Very good.
Now, when it says that when they are impaired and you are engaged with them, I did not propose, but I think we're still in this fight, so I'm engaged.
Try. Over here trying. Technically no, because the only person who's moved to engage to the new area is Iron.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I wasn't sure engagement in melee or
Well,
fighting.
within attacking range, right? Because you can hit some. You're a rock bender. You can yeet a rock 40 feet. Again, because of the they don't really cover range very well. It's like you're supposed to be one-on-oneing a person, and since he is by himself, you haven't moved to be in his position, right? Technically, he is engaged with these 4 yahoos there, but they're still over by you guys because you guys were all piled together.
Okay.
Again, we'll work out the kinks of this combat later because I gotta figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Don't me. All right. So that's everybody, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Your
I
guys'
think so.
borrowed allies are knocked out of combat. He's still impaired, so he is either going to take 2 fatigue or -2 to all physical actions, or choose 1 fewer techniques, which is what he's going to do because the impaired doesn't go away. It sticks on him because of the metal bindings. And then, yeah, so you will notice that a third group comes up, not super far behind the arrow guy. They haven't engaged anyone yet, though. They are just in the encounter now.
The police?
They're not the police. Another group of yahoos.
They're the Dai Li? What do they look like?
They're just regular triad yahoos. Okay. 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 Excuse me, sorry, and that's all three. All right. NPCs have their stuff. All NPCs are bad guys. So my suggestion as GM DM is you guys engage these guys separately.
So as a player,
Mhm.
try to say this in the most tactful way possible.
No, I got you. Understand.
How do we do that? Because every time that we have asked to engage somebody separately, you have denied us the opportunity.
So at this point, there are two groups. One group is together and another group is together, right? So for the people that have ranged attacks or your abilities that you would consider ranged, right? They are split up in those bits. If you move to a position, you can specifically call someone out, right? To where you're only attacking that one person. But it's the same for both things. So if you take the where is it? Defend and maneuver, right? You can use the seize a position to engage or disengage with the foe, overcoming a negative status or danger, establish an advantageous position, or escape the scene. Any foe engaged with you can mark 1 fatigue to block this position, right? So, since no one is currently engaged with you guys, like physically up close, no one can block you from moving when you use seize the position, right? Which will allow you to engage with someone else, so allowing you to use your close combat, your fighting skills, so on and so forth. The only person who is engaged currently is Iron's character. Gon has 2 enemies that are engaged with him. Or I should say 6 enemies, but it's 2 groups. Both of them are goofed up.
I am trying to kill these fairly fast.
Okay. So I now need your techniques. So starting with Kwong.
I'm gonna defend and maneuver.
Okay. Boom. Rocky rock. Younger.
I am going to. I'm trying to find the prepare yourself.
Yeah, so some
Sorry.
abilities give you prepared, and then like narratively you can have stuff prepared from like, I get this ready, you know what I mean, ahead of time.
I guess I'll
So-
do.
Before you choose Younger, I want to point out that there's only one group where your boom might affect an ally. The new group that just joined us is still at a bit of a distance. They're not fully engaged.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. Is I want to prepare a grenade for when they walk up to throw it.
Okay. So the prepared thing is stuff like you do ahead of time or someone gives you an ability. If Hung had prepped your grenade or whatever you want to call it, giving you the stuff for it, you could have yeeted it. But we haven't done any
Okay,
roleplay to give you the prepared
so-
status.
As
I don't
this is
think
what I
he
don't get.
needs the prepared status. He
Right,
just needs he can just throw the grenade.
Mhm.
Prepared would just have stopped him from taking fatigue to throw the
Correct.
grenade.
Yes, but if he doesn't have
So
the
you
fatigue to take,
you can
he
take
can't use it.
you can take advance and attack and throw your grenade, but take fatigue to throw your grenade.
Correct. If you have the prepared stat, then you could burn that instead of taking the fatigue. You don't need the prepared stat to do the boom, you just need the fatigue to pay for it. The prepared just gives you a freebie, basically.
Okay, and I think the grenade costs 3.
Should only be 2. I will look.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just 2 fatigue.
You should have 2 because you had 1, and then last time you evaded and observed, so you should be able to pay for it.
Yeah, but you made it so that he couldn't minus my fatigue, so I'm still at only 1.
You automatically minus a fatigue when you evade and observe.
Yes, I was at
You were at
0,
max.
and then
Okay.
that brought me to 1.
Okay, then that just means you can't use boom this turn. That's all that means.
Okay.
I
So,
yeah, I get it. It's dumb.
Hold on. If you want to use boom, somebody else can do. Hold on.
somebody could
No.
do empowered to me, but we already went over on how
Yeah,
I
the problem
can't be
is that in
empowered
order
for
to,
silly reasons.
well, no, you just need to be prepared. That's why we were encouraging Kwong to use prepared instead of focusing on empowered.
I guess there's multiple ways to do the same effect. And so, yeah.
Hold on. I want to take defend and maneuver. If I take defend and maneuver, I can take another condition and prep your grenade for you.
Okay, if you want to do that, yeah, I'm down.
Okay, so you're going to go with attack this round.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all are set up. All right, enemies. Defend and evade, or defend and maneuver. Defend and maneuver, and evade and observe for our yahoos that are over by the airship. So, defend and maneuvers go first, which means Kwong and Frozen are the first to go. So, Kwong, what are you doing to start?
I wanted to do the Caesar position so I can run up on the one
Perfect.
that I had metal bended earlier.
Sweet. You want to roll first to see if you can do that?
Okay. Another 8.
Perfect. So you can do the movement and whatnot. So you are specifically engaged with this guy, right? So you're not going to be able to attack the other yahoos that they're engaged with because you are specifically engaging the guy that you've already tied up. Cool beans.
Yeah.
All right. My turn.
Your turn. Roll it.
Another 11.
All right, that's 2.
So
Or a learned thing, but I assume you don't want to electrocute the man.
no. But wait. Use 2 different basic or master techniques. Okay. So the basic technique, I'm going to take the troubled condition
Okay.
and I'm going to ready
Wait.
and I'm going to
Time out. Ready requires a
yes.
1 fatigue. It doesn't go into conditions.
But if I have no fatigue,
Then
I
you
take a
cannot.
condition.
Then you cannot use a technique.
That's what you just said. It's not a technique. You
Sorry.
said if we use our fatigue, then we start using conditions.
No, you have to be able to pay for the technique with fatigue, right? Because that is the thing. You don't get to just exchange it. It doesn't hurt you. You just can't use it. You're too
I think
tired.
he meant like when you take damage, if you have no
Yes.
fatigue to get rid of, then you can get conditions when you take
Correct.
damage.
Yes.
Well, then that just fucks everything.
Ah.
That screws up the whole plan.
Sorry. That is I can't I can't I explained it. I just not well and I apologize.
Son of a biscuit. Yeah, that screws up everything.
Now, because you didn't understand, I will DM allow you to change your stance, even though we've already kind of moved past stuff. Do you still want to do the defend and thing, or would you like to switch to something else?
Yeah, that's why I was emphasizing on the empowered because I saw the way it was cycling and we were going to start running out of fatigues to spend on our abilities.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna stay with defend and maneuver.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my mastered ability, Wall of Perfection.
Okay.
It's going to create a. Oh shit! No, I can't do that either. Son of a bitch!
Sorry, I'm going through your stuff to see if there's any other ways to get back here. I know one of your characters could heal y'all and give y'all fatigue back, but he's over there in the front lines for some reason.
I'm fighting to stay awake. I gotta wake up in 4 hours to go to work.
Yep. This is just. I don't think there's anything that I can do. So I guess if you're going to let me DM and rechange my thing, then I'm going to go to evade and observe instead of defend and maneuver.
Okay, you can do that. I'll just change the order of where you
And
go.
yep. Sorry, I misunderstood and kind of screwed everything up.
It is what it is, man. No hate. Okay, this is again the first session. We're gonna get through it. We're working out the kinks. So, that. Sorry, I'm looking for the combat page to make sure I'm not goofing this up horribly. So, with your stuff and things, it is now the enemy's turn for their defense, right? Because no one else is defending on our side. So starting with the new guys, see if they do anything crazy. They rolled a 5, so they didn't do anything. They miss. Next up is the impaired dude, so he will have a -1 to his actions. He's at 2 though, so if he hits, he's gonna only do 1. Or sorry, gonna only do 2. 8 plus pluses, so he's good. He does his technique, or 2 techniques. So he is engaged with Quan. Quan, you've impeded his stuff, so he's gonna take his things and whatnot. With defend and evade, he's gonna try and reposition once. Do you want to let him reposition, or do you want to block him while spending a fatigue?
So while impaired, you can do all that?
Yes, yeah. So all impaired in this system is you've slowed and off balance, mark 1 fatigue, or take a -2 to all physical actions, and then choose 1 fewer techniques for NPCs. So they lose one of their techniques because they don't take minuses, because for some reason they always do at least their stance +1. They cannot miss, which is just seems silly to me.
I'm it's I mark a fatigue to block that technique.
Yes, and that would stop them from
Yeah.
moving this time at least once. Okay, so he can't reposition. You're still
I'm good
engaged
with
with
that.
just him. He has another thing that he can do, because he gets 2 things. And he's gonna take the retaliate. So if anyone does any more fatigue or damage or anything like that, he punches them back, basically.
The advance and attack people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's me.
That's you. And
Okay. If
prepare yourself.
possible.
I'm listening.
Okay. I would like to attempt to pressure the new group of enemies by pulling out a grenade. I'm not actually attacking with the grenade,
Okay, you just.
but I pull it out.
You're
And I
threatening.
say, if you guys decide to get any closer, I'm gonna huck this at you, and you're gonna be blown to sky high. Yeah? Ah? Better
Okay.
stay back.
Okay, cool. So, what'd you roll in your number? Sorry, I missed that.
Oh yeah, I didn't do that. I should probably do that first. So this counts as intimidate, right? Yeah.
I mean, no, because you got to see what stance you get to use. So if we're invading attacks, so you're rolling with passion.
Yeah, so I got I'm at a +1 because I'm at -1
Okay. Gotcha.
+2.
Okay.
So I got 9 + 1, so I got 10.
Okay. That means you get 2 things in the so you could do a strike and a pressure, or a smash and a pressure. I wouldn't do smash though, because that makes you mark a fatigue. But with pressure, that totally makes sense that you pull up a grenade and basically say, "Shoot at me at your own peril," right? and that's basically making sure they can't strike and attack this next round.
Yeah, or get closer to my teammates.
Okay.
I'm trying to prevent them from joining the fight.
Okay, so you are making sure that they cannot change their position. Got it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. They cannot. They're stuck where they're at because otherwise you're going to blow them up. As for your second thing, do you want to do that to someone else, or are you going to take a strike with your stuff? And you don't really have any ranged weapons at all. Is your issue?
I can hunk a dead grenade at someone's head.
Just the shell. This doesn't do anything but fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll allow that. That's funny.
At the dude who said he was going to retaliate, but I'm at distance. So does he actually get to retaliate?
Yes, because he has a weapon with range.
Mm.
I mean, you could literally hit the people that you hit before, or the other group
Didn't they quit?
Huh?
Didn't they quit? One group surrendered.
Yes, one of the 4 enemies have surrendered. You have 3 left. 2 of them are super banged up, and the other one is fresh.
I'm hitting the super banged up guy.
Okay, so there's the dude with the arrows, or the dudes with the other group of yahoos.
I'm gonna hit the dudes.
Okay, so you throw this grenade and do psychic damage to them essentially because they think they're gonna die. So you have a choice here. You could hammer them with the attack, or they get to choose what happens to them.
I don't got the kind of fatigue to waste on this bullshit.
So the issue
It is a bluff.
The issue with this is they are at their last condition, so they can't take that. If they mark the 2 fatigue, they'll knock themselves out, or if they take their balance, they're shift over their balance. The plus point would be that they have the evade and engage thing, so they're going to get a fatigue back. But if they don't, they're screwed either way. So they'll still get their turn, but it's not going to be helpful. I'm going to say that you throw that grenade and they are going to scatter. They are terrified. They think they're going to die. Again, they go back to, I'm not getting paid enough for this bullshit, and they out. But we'll get to there because they still have a turn. Iron, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, I'm on evade and observe currently because I'm trying to regain some of the fatigue. So I'm going to take 1 off.
Okay.
And I'm gonna hinder these guys over here.
Okay, the ones you're engaged with?
Yes, I'm gonna hinder.
Okay, so would you like to how would you like to hinder them?
The way I'm gonna hinder them is I'm basically going to try and distract them. You know how I was saying like the water is like swirling around when I was making my character?
Okay.
Gonna start doing that. So it's basically looks like the water is starting to like swirl around me faster and faster in like a thinner and thinner ring. Basically looks like it's being compressed and it's going quicker and quicker. Almost like a buzzsaw as I'm just like psyching them out kind of so they're like focused on me or just more on the ring than anything else. But first things first, let's roll it.
I was gonna say you gotta hit him first.
Nope. Oh, that's not bad. Hey, that's a 12.
Okay. So again, you could use a learn technique or one of the other two, or 2 regular attacks things.
No, I'll do the bolster hinder, and then I think I'll do a commit.
Okay, so you commit, which allows you to shift your balance.
Yes.
And then you use the bolster or impede. So I think that I don't know if this would stun them or impair them. I'm going to throw the stunned and make sure that they can't do anything for a couple seconds because that'll make my sorry, that's the wrong way. That'll make my life easier, honestly. Because they're the last people to go, right?
I think so.
Because they're stunned, they don't get to recover their stuff and things, and there's no way they're coming back from it. They're donezo. At the end of the round, the thing here resolves. And they either have to take a 2 fatigue, or they lose another whatchamacallit. They are out of fatigues, right? If I counted right. So they have to take the negative actions. And then that's it. Everything's resolved. So you've defeated another group. Congratulations. Ha ha ha.
Yay.
Okay. Top of the order. Now, before you guys continue attacking, you now have these guys outmatched by nothing. It's an even fight. I take that back. There's a group of 3 Yahoos and then the dude with the arrow that's kind of beat up. Do you all wish to engage with them this encounter? Or try to engage, because again, some of you are right next to me.
I still
No.
want to know who these new guys are.
I don't want to engage with them this encounter.
I mean,
the rest of the people that came out of the bar, they're just they came out behind us and are running to help the other people
they
that
look
were
like,
already defeated.
They look like the ruffians that were described earlier in this town.
Okay. So
I'm
even
gonna
though we were
choose
told
not
there
to
was only 4
engage.
guys.
So originally there was 4 guys. There was people at the mine, and then they had the 2 groups that I warned you about ahead of time. If you had let them run off on their own, there would have been other effects. Again, your luck or opportunity would have been waiting a second to like see what they did, kind of thing.
As it
Okay, but right
stands
now they're
right
held in
now,
position.
would they be like, if we say we don't want to fight, would they also stop the fight?
You don't know, but you can personally choose, and all of you can be like, all right, we're done fighting. You could then use your maneuver to escape the combat, right? If you could switch it to, if they continue the fight, you can always switch to the defend and maneuver and try to make an escape from the scene by running away.
Let's beat the shit out of their arrow boss and make them surrender for his life.
Yeah, I'm not thinking to run. I'm thinking to get them to run. Them run, not us.
Right. So if you're trying to just make them surrender, like shifting their balance is probably your best way to just make them give up. But that dude is literally one condition away from passing out. So just like slap him a few times and he's done so. It's the other guys that are gonna have an issue. Though I will let you guys know I've shifted their balance because they just watched a group of their yahoos get clobbered. So.
All right, I'll go ahead and engage. I'll do advance and attack.
All right. Advance and attack. Marked. Oh, I gotta do stuff for them. So give me 10 seconds. But go ahead and pick your guys' stuff. I will throw theirs out there.
Oh.
Okay. Cards have spoken. Iron, what is your movement? Quan, what is your stance?
I don't know what you mean by movement.
Sorry, your stance.
I'll probably do another evade and observe.
Okay, you take an evade and observe this round. That works. They're not technically engaged with anybody. Quan, you are technically engaged with the arrow boy. Would you like to attack him, or are you going to do something different?
I'm looking at pressure.
Okay.
Choose an approach. Your foe cannot choose to use that approach in the next exchange.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna go with advance and attack.
All right. Pokey in the facey. Check. Is that all of you guys? Younger?
I'm also going to do a evade and observe.
All right, gonna get some of that healing back. I like it. All right. So you guys have picked out your stuff. We're gonna flip it over. None of you are defending, so we'll see what happens. And neither are they. They're all evading and observing as well. So that means first come, first serve is our attacky boys, which are Kwong and Iron. Sorry, not iron.
Frozen.
Frozen. Sorry, your dice are black and blue. All right, Quan.
9 on the hit.
Okay, so only one thing.
I would like to intimidate the archer.
Okay.
And it says choose an approach. So our approach is defend and maneuver, advance and attack, evade and observe.
Yes.
Okay. So understanding that, I would have defend a maneuver removed from the choices.
Okay, so he can only attack or advance or evade and observe next round if he makes it that far.
Actually, you flip the cards so I can see what they chose, right?
Yeah, that's for this round.
Oh.
You-
Oh,
So
And
by
then-
pressuring him, you affect the next
in
round.
the next okie dokie. Okie doke. I'm okay with defend and maneuver that.
Okay, cool beans. Other pokey. Frozen.
Yep. I got a 7, so I can only do one thing.
Oof.
That's all right. And I'm going to strike at that other group that's been tanking back. Yep.
Okay. They choose a thing, or do you want them to?
They choose a thing, but I still have one arrow, so they're still gonna take
Ooh.
one fatigue.
Gotcha. So the choices are take 2 fatigue, or a fatigue and a condition, or they shift their balance 1, which I think would be more thematically important. So you pew at them, and they shift their balance, so they are now even more enraged. They heard your battle cry earlier about "Come on, you apes, you want to live forever," and you thought they were talking to them.
All right.
Hmm.
So now for the evade and observes.
Yes, the evade and reserve, starting with our allies. Younger, you're first.
I
So
got
pull one clear, 1 fatigue, and then roll.
okay. So now I have 2 fatigue.
Okay.
I got a. Is it just straight roll? Is there another bonus added to that, or
No,
You roll with creativity or harmony, depending on
Your
whichever
choice.
you want to do.
Okay, I'm going to do creativity, but it doesn't really matter. It's a
Okay.
+1, so that's 5. Do I just lose all actions, or how does that work?
Yep, that means you miss.
How can I miss on doing nothing?
I don't know. Okay, I'm sorry. That seems silly.
Basically, it's like you tried
sorry.
to test somebody's balance, but they're like,
So,
whatever.
As a note, I missed this earlier. When you on a miss, you stumble, but you can shift your balance away from center 1 to use 1 basic technique. So you can't even use master techniques. It has to be a basic one.
Okay, so I can do a normal action
If you shift your balance 1 away from center.
in any direction.
No, away from center.
Okay. Sure. I haven't moved any balance yet. I'll do that.
Should have moved at least 1.
And I'll do bolster,
Okay.
and I will prepare myself to use this effing grenade.
Okay, I guess you technically count as a nearby character. Yeah, I'm for it. There you go. You gained the prepared status.
It's my turn.
So that'd be an interesting way to use it. It's just annoying that you can't like switch between stances. I know there's a couple things that let you, so it might be worth when you get to the level up point doing so. All right, next is the enemies. Yeah.
Iron.
Oh,
Iron.
Iron.
Still in evade and observe.
So clear fatigue and roll your dice.
Yep. Rolling dice. 8.
Okay. You get 1 doohickey mabopper. Now, just as a note, you could test balance of these guys over here that are not having a great time. And then it would shift
Why
them.
not? I'll mark one down one fatigue and see if I can't wrap this up quicker.
Okay, so they shift their balance away from center. Again, they're not doing so great with the whole greedy thing. Like their friends, they're probably going to run away, but we'll see what happens. Because you know that
Somebody
so you
throw
know
money on the ground.
you know their thing because they're the same enemy type as the other guys, so you didn't have to spin two of them basically. Let's see here. The other guy. So he gains one fatigue back at the start of his thing. Woohoo! He needs to roll to see if he can do stuff and things. Again, with the NPCs, it's weird. For NPCs, always use the number of techniques equal to +1 their balance rating. So, like, he would technically get 3 in this evade and observe thing, but because he is impaired, he only gets 2. It just seems ridiculous. So, seeing that a couple of you are off balance, he's going to call you mean names. For his first one. So the only person he's engaged with is Kwang. Kwang! He's going to mark his one fatigue that he recovered to do the thing to you. Sorry, brain fart over here. He does not know your principal, so he's going to ask one of your principals. I'll let you pick.
And I have to say it regardless.
Yep, answer honestly.
And a principle is like, why am I doing what I'm doing?
It's the on your balance.
Trust.
Okay, so he knows trust is one of your things. Unfortunately for him, he can't do that again, so he's gonna use his other ability to commit. It's centering himself, shift his balance one towards your principles. The next time you live actually one towards your principles. He only has one way for principles. He can't commit. That's dumb.
Typical dude.
Well, because again, he with his NPCs, that family has one side. Like, so.
I got it,
Standard
Quad.
male.
I got it.
So I guess he'll have to bolster or hinder. Can he aid himself to get rid of the silly status? Except for it's inflicting a condition. So he's going to. I guess he could technically inspire himself.
I can do this. I believe I can do this. My mama always told me I can do this.
All right, so now things resolve. These guys went over the thing, right? They hit their 2+.
I think so.
Okay, so they are again going to hit the retreat button because they're not getting paid enough for this bullshit, and they run off. Pull their card, and then this guy has all kinds of fun stuff to resolve. He is inspired, which shift his thing back into not running away like a little coward. But then he is impaired, and whatnot. So again, he loses another technique that he could use. And again, it doesn't go away because he hasn't been able to break bindings because he's not a metal bender. So you got one enemy left, and he is goofed up.
Wait, so the brand new guys ran away too?
They gave up. You guys.
They were scared of the grenades?
Exactly. All right.
So this time I'm going to evade and observe.
Okay. You are marked for evade and observe. Check. Kwang?
Just so everybody knows, earlier I made it so that this person can't defend and maneuver. So there's no like retaliation option on the archer. I'm gonna choose advance and attack.
Okay, cool. You're already marked as that, so you're good to go. Iron? Younger?
Huh?
I don't want to use boom anymore, I guess, unless
Yeah,
because
no,
you said those other people are straight up out of combat, right? They're
Correct.
they're not just like standing over to the side.
no, yep,
Bullshit.
they're out of there.
How badly
Okay.
hurt are these this
This
last group?
This last dude is goofed. Literally has one fatigue, one condition, is one away from running from being over his thing. So he's got super high level balance shift, right? But he is not.
I am going to
not
advance an
good.
attack.
Okay, you are marked as advanced in attack. All right, you guys ready? He also
Yeah.
advances an attack, so none of you defended, so you all are attacking at the same time, essentially. So our two attackers are Younger and Kwong. Kwong, you're first.
Okay, I'm gonna roll. Got a 7, so that's 1. I am going to strike.
All right. Spend extra fatigue or let him choose.
No, I'll spend a fatigue.
Okay, so guaranteed you want two fatigue or a condition. Actually, he doesn't have any condition, so you're gonna burn him over his fatigue.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna go with the fatigue.
Okay, yeah, there's no coming back from this. Uh, he's essentially dead, but it doesn't resolve until the end of combat for some reason. Explain that to me. All right. Yeah, basically. All right, Younger, your turn.
Punch each other at the same time.
Just knock the fuck out.
I roll, and it's with passion, so I'm at +2, -2, but
Where's your -2 coming from? Just out of curiosity.
From my balance shift,
Is
correct?
So you're trying to do this roll with care? Because you've been doing
No, I'm doing
roll.
force.
Yeah, so it's a +2 then.
No, that's a -2 on force.
No, you've been doing forceful things, so you have a higher degree of attack with force. You have a -2 to care.
Is that how that's working? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've been lowballing my rolls this whole. Okay.
The more you do something, the more it aligns with stuff. Also, for combat-y stuff, right? I guess for you it actually really applies because that's literally your thing is attacking in combat. So never mind. Don't mind me.
Oh, I'm at +4, so 5 + 4 is 9, and I guess I want to. So with a 9, I could do how many things?
One.
I can do one thing.
Mhm.
Pressure. I want to. Wait, no, I don't.
Sure.
We already know he's beat up. I wanted to like pressure him to like tell us what he knows or why he's doing what he's doing or whatever. I don't want to like pressure him to
Gotcha.
like.
So pressure just allows you to choose an approach and stop him from doing it.
Okay. Yeah, there's not really anything I can do besides punch him, I guess. So I just punch him.
Okay. Strike him. I wouldn't even burn fatigue because he's already past his recoverable amount. So
Yeah, that's
just,
what I mean.
You just pile on.
Just say, why you hitting yourself? I just grab his arm and whoopah! End of turn.
End of turn. All right. It's now time for all the evades and exchange. Now, just as a note, let me read something really quick for take somebody out.
I need giant D6s for this game.
Right. That's so weird that they do it like that.
Is that thing heavy? Yeah, the die.
A little bit. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, maybe like fourth of a pound.
Oh, okay. It looked really solid. I was like, that would suck to fumble that and
I
like
mean,
hit your
oh
foot or
no, if you
whatever.
hit somebody with this, it would feel like being hit with a baseball. It's definitely harder than a baseball.
Okay. Anyway, sorry guys. You all get your fatigue healed. Go ahead and make your rolls. He heals 1 fatigue, but it's not going to change anything for him. Um,
How
yeah,
does he heal a fatigue? He was advancing and attacking.
Yeah,
oh, never mind.
he wasn't allowed to do anything but that,
Well, you're right. So I take that back.
but he got beat up.
He gets. It doesn't matter. I rolled 2s for him. Not again. I don't know why I keep rolling for NPCs. They don't roll. They just do things.
That's crazy. Whack.
Yeah. With where he's at though, it's done. It's game over. So I'm gonna wrap it here really quick because we're running out of time relatively quickly. Sorry to steal the last bits, but you guys officially knock him out, right?
I do have a question though.
I have an answer.
He advanced and attacked as well, so did he hit us?
I'm gonna say with how much you guys beat him up, he did not have a chance.
Okay.
Technically, he should have, but none of you guys are close enough to getting knocked out yourself that I'm worried about it. Nothing he could do with what he had left would kill any of you.
That is
So
fair.
he goes down like a mouse, but goes down nonetheless. You guys pull the things off the thing, and I will pull this back up again. I'm going to read over a couple things because I feel like there's a couple steps here that are just either awkward or I need more practice with. But I'll talk about that in the after action review. Quickly, we're going to go over your questions that we all get to ask at the end of the session because that's where we're going to end it. You know, we're at 4 hours, so everyone's dying. I understand. Let's get you guys sleep or moving on to the next stuff. Scrolling. All right. Growth question. So at the beginning of next session, you guys will start with whatever you guys had on this because you're kind of in the middle of the narrative. I will give you a little bit of healing and resting to be like you guys take a break and drink some water before you go into the mines or whatever you decide to do. But that's probably your next course of action. So, first questions that you all get to ask yourself is: did you learn something challenging or exciting or complicated about the world? Did you stop a dangerous threat or solve a community problem? I think you all can say yes to that. All these guys I would consider a dangerous threat. Did you guide a companion towards balance or end the session at your center? One of you definitely did that. And then you all have your personal questions that are on your character sheet that you have to ask yourself. So it's halfway down the sheet. You guys should all see them. For example, the Foundling. Your question is: did you solve an issue or conflict relying on something other than your training? And since if it's combat, I'm going to assume no. But these are all questions you guys get to answer yourselves. You can always bring them up to me, and I can be like, I don't think that sounds right, or yeah, totally. You know what I mean? But it's whatever. Hammer, your question, while I'm looking through characters, is: at the end of the session, did you make progress towards your goal against your adversary? Which I believe you marked as Bo. Bo is your current adversary. Guardian. So, Quan, your question is: did you pursue a desire or goal on your of your own outside protecting others? And last but not least is our...
Sounds counterintuitive.
Yeah, well, 'cause it's supposed to be about growth of your character. But it's really the way they have the character set up is like you really have to downplay like what your desires are to level your character up, right? Because it's all about growing as a person. So you can't just hyper focus on the one thing that you're supposed to be good at. which is something I think you just find as you go on. Icon! Your thingamabupper here says, did you accomplish a feat worthy of your burden or tradition? I think fighting a whole bunch of people and defeating all of them essentially would definitely be a qualification for that. So
For tradition, yes. Not necessarily for my burdens.
So you guys get growth points. Once you get 4 growth points, you get to pick up one of your advancements. But yeah, that's Younger just dropped out. I'm sure he'll be back in a second. But for those of you guys watching, thank you so much for sticking with us for the 4 hours. I know that was a little rough. Again, I will have some downtime with these guys and talk about stuff and get through some things. And we'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And with Adventure in Mind, have a wonderful night. Maybe if I can find the music here. Scrolling. Epic Siege song.